Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House of Representatives a copy.
Member, just a minute. There's a document that just came to us, so we are going to ask our recommittal stick to. The request for recommittal is on the floor. Those in favor, those against, ayes have it. Announcement.
Mr. Speaker, in the context, we would ask for a recommittal of the item announcement so as to allow the clerk to acknowledge the tabling of the report of the PAAC.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor, those against, ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
Laid on the table of the House is the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year ending March 31, 2025, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2024-2025 interim report, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenues for the year ending March 2025.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House of Representatives.
Member. Stop. Bills brought from the Honorable Senate. Petitions. Papers. Report from committees.
Me. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House of Representatives a copy of the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025. The Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for financial year 24-25 interim report, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenues for the year ending March 2025.
Notice of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for financial year 24-25 interim report, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenues for the year ending March 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 15th day of October 2024, be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Notices of motion given orally. Questions and answers to questions. Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motion relating to sitting of the House. Motion for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Mr. Speaker, at this point in public business, we will take the motion moved by the member from Manchester Northwest with regards to the report of the Public Administrative and Appropriations Committee. Thereafter, we will move to the adoption of the report and to ask that it be forwarded to the Standing Finance Committee of the House for deliberations. After that, we will come back to the House, and whilst the report is being done with regards to the Standing Finance Committee deliberations, we will have the continuation of the State of Constituency debate. And the first speaker then will be the member from St. Mary Southeastern, Dr. Dunn, and followed by the member from Western Westmoreland, Mr. Moreland Wilson, in that order. And then we will debate the issues of the estimates of the supplementary as presented by the Standing Finance Committee. And after that, the Minister of Finance will take the floor to complete the debate and hopefully to take it through all its final stages. Thereafter, the two measures that are also in his name, two financial measures will be taken, and that will complete the business of the day. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Northwest, Manchester Northwestern.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start off by just again thanking the members of the PAAC that turned out last week, Wednesday, at short notice, inclusive of yourself, Mr. Speaker, to deliberate over the first supplementary estimates. Mr. Speaker, coming out of the meeting, and it is just to take note for the Minister of Finance and whoever succeeds him after he head out on his journey, that because of the short notice, those MDAs that we would normally request to come to the PAC so that we can have full sum deliberations of the supplementary budget is not possible. So we don't get the full sum deliberations at the PAC to examine the supplementary budget in a way that we would normally do. So it creates a shortcoming of the committee itself, and it is something that I would like us to reconsider in how it is that we table these supplementary budgets and to be able to get the full sum of the deliberations of the PAAC. Mr. Speaker, the outturn for 2023-24, the fiscal policy paper interim report 24-25 reported that Jamaican economy should record real GDP growth of 1.9% for financial year 23-24 relative to the 4.7% growth recorded for financial year 22-23. For the first quarter of the calendar year 2024, the Jamaican economy recorded real GDP growth of 1.2%. This was followed by a positive real growth of 0.2% in the second quarter of the calendar year, first quarter of the fiscal year, which was lower than projected. Thus, the deceleration began in financial year 23-24, worsened in the first quarter of financial year 24-25. The second quarter of the financial year outlook, then at the beginning of the second quarter of the fiscal year, Jamaica experienced Hurricane Beryl, the most devastating hurricane to impact Jamaica since Hurricane Dean 2007. The economy is therefore projected to register a decline of 2.1% in the second quarter of the fiscal year as a result of the economic dislocation caused by the hurricane. These developments taken together represent a significant growth shock, which is expected to result in the contraction of 0.2% for fiscal year 24-25, down from the initially expected expansion of 1.8%. The economy is expected to improve in financial year 25-26 and is projected to record growth of 1 to 2% range in the medium term. The PAAC took note of the decline in unemployment, but we understand that Statin is utilizing some new definitions in compiling information on the labor market. The committee also noted that inflation had fallen within the BOJ target range of 4 to 6% in June and July 2024 and has risen to 6.5% in August 2024. August inflation rate was primarily driven by increase in the division's education, up by 15.6%, transportation by 10.3%, housing, water, electricity, gas, and other fuels up by 8%, and food and non-alcoholic beverages up by 6.3%. The PAC took note that the fact that the BOJ reduced its signal rate by 25 basis points to 6.75% in August 21. Further reduced the rate by another 25 basis points on October 1st, 2024 to 6.5%. The reduction in BOJ signal that money market rates are supposed to bring down commercial bank rates. But we look at the commercial rates, some of them appear to be going in the opposite direction, at least in these initial stages. What is the overall assessment of the damage done by Beryl? Was a question that was asked. Minister of Finance and Public Service informed the PAC that they did not have a summary figure, so the committee was not in a position to compare the adequacy of the 11.5 billion earmarked to the GOJ in the actual needs. Another question, what contingencies are in place in the event of future weather and other disasters? The PAC was informed that by the Ministry of Finance and Public Service that the government of Jamaica had a multi-layered disaster risk financing program in place, including the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, from which 26.88 million or 4.2 billion has been received to date. There is also a contingent loan facility with the IADB, which can provide up to 207 million US dollars or 32.3 billion. But the latter is in the form of a loan which has to be paid back and would add to the debt stock. So the government of Jamaica did not draw down on it after Beryl, but it is clear that damage inflicted by a hurricane can exceed insurance facilities and GOJ resources we have available for disaster. How will money from this securitization of Norman Manley International Airport future earnings be used? The Ministry of Finance and Public Service informed the PAC that the securitization had yielded 480 million or approximately 75 billion Jamaican dollars. The Financial Secretary informed the PAC that the money would be generally purposed to helping the Hurricane Beryl relief, spark, and amortization, but specific amounts for these purposes was not provided to the committee. The GOJ does not need to provide that information to the Parliament. Will need to provide that information to the Parliament in the near future. Some PAC members also expressed concern about the slow payment to contractors, which has frustrated many contractors and discouraging them from wanting to continue to do work for the government of Jamaica. Members also expressed their long-standing concern with the flow of procurement process in relation to the last process. The PAAC plans to hold a meeting on that matter very soon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, I will reiterate the point to the House Leader and the Minister of Finance. just in the short window. And I hope that we can rectify it in the future as best as we can. Mr. Speaker, may it please you.
I beg to move that you put the resolution.
Member, you want to put the motion?
Mr. Speaker, that concludes the debate, and I ask that the motion be approved.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Motion has been approved. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the recommittal of the item notices of motions given orally to allow the Minister of Finance to move the motion with regards to the first supplementary estimates of 24-25, Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper and the Financial Year 24-25 Interim Report, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the year ending March 2025. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move. Be it resolved that the first supplementary estimates for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2024-25 Interim Report, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenue for the year ending March 2025, which were laid on the table of the House on the 8th day of October 2024, be referred to the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House for consideration and report. And be it further resolved that the committee, during its deliberations, takes into account the recommendations contained in the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025. The Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 24-25, and the Jamaica Public Body first supplementary estimates of revenue for the year ending March 2025. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
No, this is for the standing finance. Yeah, so we're going to, can you approve the motion, please? First to refer the documents to the Standing Finance Committee.
Matter is before us. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the House be suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet to consider the first supplementary estimates 24-25, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 24-25 Interim Report, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenues for the year ending March 2025, which were laid on the table of the House on the 8th day of October 2024.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. This House is now suspended. The standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, is now convened. We will ask Member Witter to pray.
Let us pray. Father, as we come together to deliberate on matters concerning this community and by extension the Parliament and our country, we ask for your guidance. We ask that all the deliberations here will be in the best interest of our country. These are not the mercies we ask in your name. Amen.
Thank you. Members, you would have remembered that on the 8th day of October 2024, the House of Representatives by resolution referred the first supplementary estimates for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025, the Government of Jamaica fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2024-2025 interim report, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenue for the year ending March 2025 to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for the consideration and report. The committee's report is now before us for our consideration and report. This committee is now ready to start its deliberation, and I ask the House Leader to inform us how we will proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the normal procedure, of course, is that the Minister of Finance takes responsibility for the deliberations. Perhaps you may want us to invite the officers of his ministry and the permanent secretaries who are outside to come in at this time and take their places. Um, so, Mr. Mr. Chairman, I now hand over to the Minister of Finance. Just, just, you know, just ask them to come.
Can invite, yeah.
Me don't know what Sir Bob drink today this morning. No, 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 do that later. I'll probably do that maybe when I speak. There's a few slides. I'll do it when I could do it now. I'll just spend a few moments on it. Huh? I What is that? Oh, what?
Pay attention to your brief. Pay attention to your brief.
Normally I do it from a seat. Oh, the PAC said that. When I was trying to do the presentation with the Parliament. Full senator now. I don't know. So you want me to give a statement? I'm just trying to figure out, do I do the presentation or not? No,
Members,
huh? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it now.
Hey, what Bobby man to go from? When you can sit up here.
rem- remember we're in a committee meeting. Members, we're asking you to, as best as possible, can we now get back to the business of the house? Mr. Minister, your time.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Mr. Chairman, at the last sitting of the House, I had
Marshall. Oh, it's on.
one, two, 1, 2.
Mm,
So, Mr. Chairman, at the last sitting of the House of 1, 2, 1, 2. The 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. All right. Mr. Chairman, at the last sitting of Parliament, the members had asked whether I'd be making a presentation on the securitization transaction. I came prepared to do so today and was proposing to do it in standing finance, but I I was I was expecting we'd have the normal standing finance that doesn't involve the entire apparatus of government. I'm now understanding that because the PAC was a bit, PAC felt that it never got the opportunity to dive as deeply, and so you wanted to have the full contingent. Question, should I go ahead? Yeah. So the question, if do members, chairman, want me to go through just to begin with the presentation here, or I take it when I speak? Okay. So the securitization transaction, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, just a few slides on it, just to talk about um, what this was and what it meant. The idea is finding ways to continue to make investments in our economy, and roads is just one of those investments. We could add there the police cars and the buses that are also part of the supplementary estimates. And also, we want to be continuing to reduce our national debt in accordance with our fiscal rules. We, uh, real GDP growth, and how do we achieve this sort of virtuous cycle of, finding capital to finance these? We can, print Jamaican dollars and convert, raise taxes, issue additional sovereign debt, access natural resource funds. Those are highly suboptimal. Another option is essentially monetizing foreign rent payments on infrastructure assets, which is essentially what the securitization was. So in 2019, the government granted the rights to manage Norman Manley Airport to a leading international operator for 25 years. And in exchange for these rights, the operator pays us a monthly amount of 53% of airport revenues. What we have done in this transaction is to temporarily transfer these revenues to a company called Kingston Airport Revenue Finance Limited in exchange, and we call that company King Air for short, in exchange for the 480 million US dollars that King Air raised by way of a bond. Those proceeds are paid to us in exchange for what we have transferred to King Air. This is a very efficient use of government revenue, because when we compartmentalize the revenue in the form of an SPV, we're able to receive $12 of capital for every dollar of revenue. By way of comparison, the Jamaican sovereign balance sheet, if you think about it, we have 2 trillion of debt and 1 trillion of revenue. So we scale up 2 times. So if this revenue were simply on the government's balance sheet, your ability to scale would be 2 times the amount, and the revenue is about 40 million a year. What we're able to do is to scale it up 12 times. And any airport revenues that are not used to service this debt is still returned to Jamaica. So overperformance above what is required to service the debt, all of that income still comes back to Jamaica. And King Air is unaffiliated with the government of Jamaica, and so there's no recourse to the government beyond the requirement for 53.22% of the revenues to end up in King Air. The operations and the funding of the airport itself are entirely unaffected, and those continue in their normal course. So the issuer, I mean, this while securitizations are a dime a dozen around the world, for Jamaica, this is the first securitization placed in international capital markets, rated by rating agencies. And so, just to spell out a little bit more about how it works, Jamaica may choose to do more of these in the future. King Air is a SPV, and it was formed, and its shares are held in trust by the Cayman branch of a global law firm that provides the services to many other uh, securitization transactions. The only actions the SPV can take by virtue of its articles are to issue the debt that has already been issued and to transfer the proceeds to the government of Jamaica in exchange for the conditional right to receive the NMIA's 53% revenue share. The SPV must also transfer any excess revenue back to the government after it services its own debt, subject to compliance with certain conditions of the debt. And once the debt is fully repaid, King Air is expected to dissolve. King Air is not affiliated with the government of Jamaica and has no obligations with respect, and the government has no obligations with respect to any debt of King Air. So this is this is a sale of an asset, with asset here is a contractual right, and does not represent incurrence of debt as far as the government is concerned. So, what we ended up with was the representative of a highly successful offering, a huge vote of confidence in Jamaica. The offer raised significantly more than we had gone out to raise. We had excess demand 5 times, whereas we only took 480 million US dollars with a market demand of 2.2 billion US dollars. And whereas the coupon that was budgeted by King Air um, was 7.5%, because we had this excess demand, we were able to push that down substantially by all, to 6.75%, representing interest savings to King Air about $3 million a year. So as I mentioned earlier, the $40 million of revenue that we obtained from NMIA, if you use the government's balance sheet, you're looking at a sort of 2 times capital raising opportunity, whereas in a sequestered SPV, the opportunity is to be able to raise substantially more. It allows us to reduce our debt to GDP and to fund the various programs of the government. Now, in addition, these proceeds come at a time when we have experienced an economic shock in the form of the hurricane, and without it, our debt would certainly have either stayed the same or gone up, uh, if we didn't have these proceeds. So the outcome for Jamaica, we're invested in Jamaican infrastructure, we're reducing sovereign debt, we're bringing new investors to Jamaica, a lot of international investors who are invested in this kind of asset is an infrastructure asset. These are not investors who are accustomed or ordinarily invested in our necessarily in our bonds. There are people who are new to Jamaica, and this augurs well for us for the future. And we achieved a higher credit rating for this issuance than the Jamaican sovereign itself, which speaks to the quality of our infrastructure, the attractiveness of Jamaica as a destination, and it's also a validation of the positive trajectory of the country. So that's it for the presentation. I have an appendix that sort of shows where the investors came from by region. About 65% came from the United States, about 33% from Europe, and the remainder from Latin America, Asia, and Canada. And the investors were predominantly 84% asset managers. We had about 6% hedge funds. We had some insurance companies, private banks, and bank and trust companies. And uh, we have a number of accounts. It just shows the number of accounts and the distribution by ticket size. So, Mr. Chairman, I thought I would just provide this overview to the Parliament as I undertook to do. And if there are no specific questions on it, I would go into the opening of the standing finance. But otherwise, I'm happy to take any questions.
Member from St. Andrew Southeastern.
Thank you, Chairman. We had started the discussion last week when the minister tabled the supplementary budget. As I indicated there, as a principle, it, it's never a good thing to use future revenues to fund a current budget in a particular fiscal year, as a principle. I understand why the government has done it to fund Spark plus some of the other tax give back programs, but just as a principle. Um, I have 2 questions. One, if you could indicate what AAJ normally does with the revenues that it gets the from the concession arrangement, because we are foregoing 12 years of those revenues. You have said the concessionaire will fulfill its obligations to maintain the airport at a particular level, even though we have had issues with Norman Manley and the failure to maintain particular standards. So, what would AAJ, um, what would they normally do with the revenues that they would get from Norman Manley? And also, You had mentioned it last week, but again, I'd ask you to just indicate the scenarios where if the revenues fall below a certain amount, the obligation of the government of Jamaica to step in to ensure that you meet the obligation that has been set out in this agreement.
Thank you, member. So I would absolutely agree with you on the premise on the ordinary conditions that the proceeds of asset sales you don't use in recurrent sort of expenditure. Obviously, in times of distress, such as in COVID-19, and if you have an economic shock, etc., those have to be borne into consideration. What we are doing here, and what I would have set out very earlier, is using these proceeds primarily for long-term purposes. So the idea is, I agree, a long-term assets you use for long-term purposes. You don't use for things uh, in the majority or that expire in a couple of months or expire within the course of a year. So if you look at the use of proceeds here, $20 billion for the Spark program broadly defined, and that means not just the program identified as Spark on the capital side of the budget, but all of the pre-investment activities, all of the NWC pipes that have to be bought, even the REACH program, which also does roads, all of those are financed from these proceeds. And here we're talking about long-term investment. That's 20 billion. And then we, if we, the way to think about uh, use of proceeds uh, is to is to think what we would do if we didn't have it, right? So this came in $30 billion above what we had initially sort of transmitted or projected. If we did not have that, what would money is fungible, so it's difficult to say out of $1 trillion of revenue that 100, the first 100 million went to this and the second 100 million went to that, because it's all fungible. It's all in one pot. The way to think about sort of resources, though, or certainly incremental resources, is is to think what would happen if you did not have it, and if we did not have this overperformance of $30 billion, and or certainly of the $75 billion coming in, what would this year, what would, in the context of the 2% contraction that's projected for the June to the July to September quarter, what would certainly have happened is that fiscal rules probably would have been suspended. 2% is higher than the 1.5% threshold, and the country would have run a deficit, and our debt would either remain the same or it would go up. So using resources for the purposes, so and that is what would happen if we didn't have these resources. We have these resources, and we are able to now do what we had projected to do, and at the same time have our debt on a downward trajectory, and it's projected to be 67% by the end of the year. By conclusion, therefore, what we're saying is these resources have helped in the context of the has reduced revenues and led to an economic led to a decline in economic output. These resources are enabling us to keep the country within the scope of its fiscal rules and with a downward trajectory in its debt. And that is a long-term purpose. So the idea of matching long-term liability, long-term asset with a long-term purpose is a principle that we've abided by. There are some amounts, a very relative to the 75, a smaller amount that will be used for other activities, but the majority, the 20 plus the 30, 50 of the 75, that's two-thirds, is being used for long-term investment purposes or the reduction of debt, whichever you prefer. Oh, but you asked two other questions, AAJ, and you asked a question about, right. Right. So with respect to AAG, remember that this concession was signed in late 2019. So the first full year of the concession was 2020, which was COVID. So very little came in. 2021, still recovering, very little came in. 22 was when we started to see, and so we've only had 2 years of these flows coming in, and they've represented surplus flows that have been returned to the Ministry of Finance and used in the ordinary sort of budgetary purposes. As I would have mentioned earlier, and I'll speak to it in my presentation, uh, we went for a complete revenue share model where we didn't, in the privatization, we didn't ask for an upfront payment. An upfront payment is sometimes required. When we did the port privatization, we requested an upfront payment and we got that privatization as an upfront payment and a percentage of revenues. This one had zero upfront and a percentage of revenues. The intention was always to bring those payments forward and to monetize. And that's what we've been able to achieve. So the answer to your question, AAJ, is that we've only had effectively 2 years of any major sort of contribution from this source. And in both cases, the amounts, most of the amounts, have been returned to the government of Jamaica.
Chairman, just a follow-up. You indicated 20 billion will be funded for Spark. Spark is projected to be 40 billion. So there's an additional 20 billion that the government, and I know it's not your particular headache, but what is how would the government fund that additional 20 billion, given unless you're going to securitize another asset and use those flows to ensure that you can complete the Spark program, which is $40 billion.
Right. So, so the transaction facilitates, right, because it creates room for us to be able to essentially source the remaining 20 billion in the following fiscal year. Right? For example, what I mean by that is this year the government is actually paying down more debt than it borrows. That's not normally the case. But this year the amortization exceeds new borrowings by over $100 billion. Without, as I said before, money is fungible, but without the securitization money coming in, we would not at this point be able to do that. Yeah. But by doing it, what it means is we maintain a debt trajectory which provides us the room in the next fiscal year, all things being equal, to have 20 billion available on the capital side for the second component of the Spark program.
St. Mary Central.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Minister, you indicated that if the operations at NMIA overperforms, then the excess revenue will come to the government of Jamaica. What happens if it underperforms? What is the liability to the government of Jamaica in this respect?
Okay. So the government of Jamaica has no exposure to the performance of the airport as an operating asset. The SPV is simply entitled to 53.22% of any amount of revenue that the airport receives. If the airport receives $100 of revenue, the SPV is entitled to $53.22. If it receives 100 million, they're entitled to 53.22 million. If they receive zero, they're entitled to zero. The government has no exposure to the performance of the airport as an operating asset. Now, what the government has done is to provide for a mechanism called a it's called a top-up mechanism, payment mechanism, that in the event that there is revenue and somehow that to gap to the operator and that revenue does not, and 53.22% of that revenue does not find its way to the SPV, then the government would step in to ensure that the revenue does find its way to the SPV, even if it means it has to upfront it itself. And the purpose of that, or the reason for that, is the government is in the position to enforce the agreement. The agreement is between the government and the operator. So, to the extent the operator receives revenue and doesn't pay it over, that's an event of default. The government can take over the airport and have 100% of the revenues. So, no operator is going to work, no more thinking, no operator is going to kind of do that on their, you know, it would not be logical to do so. And if how it works is the operator pays over the 53% on the 25th day of each month, 25th of January, 25th of February, 25th of March, etc. And on the 15th of December and the 15th of June, the SPV pays out principal and interest to the bondholders. So we have 6 months to see, you have 6 months notice if the operator is paying over, yeah, and 6 months to kind of make sure that he or she kind of pays over. If in the 6 months nothing has been paid over, then the government steps in and does it, but then it has recourse to the operator. You understand what I'm saying? And for this exposure, obviously the government. So I've answered your question. The people investing in this are investing in an airport asset. It would be as if you're a banker and you lend to an airport, right? If there are no revenues, well, your loan gets, right? There are people who specialize in taking the credit risk of airports around the world, and that's the investor base that we have tapped into. Yeah. So if there are no more questions, we can move. Oh,
St. Andrew Western, member.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, so I understand the risks that the investors take with respect to AA, to the asset. But what about AAJ is an entity that has recently announced or has been discussing expansion in airdromes and other assets that it has. What, if any, implications are there for that growth expansion plan for
can you
AAJ?
repeat that, please?
AAJ is an entity with a number of other responsibility assets for development. It has recently announced that it is going on an expansion, a growth expansion in airdromes, and in particular, I gather the Vernon Field is still on the card. What implications, if any, are there by this arrangement for AAJ itself as an entity and its current plans for implementation?
Right. There is no implication for AAJ. AAJ is an arm of the government. They put their plans together. They go through the public investment process. To the extent that projects are approved, space is made in the central government's budget to finance their approved investment plans. We can't afford to operate financially using silos where funds are kept by agencies for plans 5 and 10 years in the future. That is a way for us to under deliver to the people of Jamaica by operating several treasuries in the country. And that is how things used to be. Under this administration, the idea is, and hopefully going forward, the idea is that there's one treasury. Yeah. And a lot of what we have been able to achieve, sort of squeezing out benefits and squeezing out give backs and squeezing out, arises because of the doctrine of one treasury. All right, so we have, you remember, we have reintegrated public bodies into their parent ministries where they have lost their useful life. We have collapsed groups of public bodies, etc. So this is very consistent with that. You remember the debate we had over PCJ? PCJ used to be a conglomerate with 11 subsidiaries, and at the time, PCJ was justified. What we forgot was that PCJ, some government had given them a claim on a certain percentage of the government's revenues that went automatically to PCJ. So even when PCJ was collapsed from 11 subsidiaries down to 2 and then down to 1, they still had that flow coming in from our taxes, building up, building up, building up. Doing what? When people want food and want medicine and want support, that is no way to run a country. So we collapsed PCJ and we repatriated $6 billion into the central government coffers. And that's one of the reasons why we are able to make our way through the COVID-19 pandemic, because we operate, and Jamaica must operate on the basis of one treasury. Yeah, so
To conclude, we were assured that there are no implications for the growth, AAJ's growth plans.
no,
going
this was
forward.
surplus funds they would dividend to us. Once they come with plans that are approved by the government will finance them.
Yeah. Mm. Okay.
Member from Southwestern St. Catherine.
Chairman, I take it that we're now asking general questions throughout.
No, this is just on the transaction. So we
So,
can move
no,
into
what
the
I'm
general.
taking, no. The issue is that we just you're going through the whole stuff, make a statement, and we ask general question, we're going to take them item by item, heading by heading.
No. So if we could
We're taking it
conclude the
full.
King, if through your member,
Yes.
could we conclude the King Air discussion and move into the substantive business? I would, in the interest of time, I would skip the need for a statement and just go into questions, and we could deal with them. What I think you're getting at is deal with the questions heading by heading. Yes.
To general questions. And we get over quickly.
I yield to the members. If
Yeah,
that's what the
it's
members
better we
want.
just ask general questions
Chairman,
and conclude.
All right. Okay. Fair enough.
So,
Chairman,
so
before we go into general questions, would you permit a comment? Of course, it is allowed. It is allowed. Chairman, the question of the securitization of assets as a revenue measure is being questioned.
No.
Just to say that wait.
We could turn it out.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right. Let's go ahead. Yeah. Let's go ahead. Box ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Member from St. Catherine, Southwestern, are you through?
I asked if we're going to do with the thing generally, and I understand yes. So I have questions on three headings. One, the Auditor General's Department, in the and Integrity Commission. The issue is that I noticed where they're giving the Auditor General another $88 million. And it says here 22 million, 22.5 million for direction and administration, 65.9 million for administration of external audit service, services come to 88.5 million. Wasn't it, wasn't the department aware at the outset in the budget we passed in March that they're going to need these items? And secondly, what extra external audit there is for extra expenses? I know that the Auditor General herself travel abroad to do these audits. I know the local staff, the staff in the Auditor General department, they do the local auditing, but she takes on herself to do overseas expenses as such. Is it she going to get additional upgrade for flying and hotel and so on? Because she do the external one. What are these expenses for, additional expenses for the Auditor Department? Wasn't she aware before that you're going to need these in the original budget?
So thank you, member.
It's me. I'm not a boy, but it is me. I'm not a boy either.
No.
Ask pertinent questions that you want to see on the road.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question because it allows opportunity for clarification. So a reasonable question. What has happened, member, is that, remember, we have had a restructuring of compensation over 3 years. So what we have done as we've implemented it year by year by year is that at the beginning of each year, if you go and look at the budget that was tabled in March 2024, we have a provision that's just a general provision for the entire year across the public service. This year, the provision was, a big number. And then during the course of the year, the ministries, departments, and agencies are able to calculate the exact amounts that are due. Remember, in a restructuring, it's not as if this was just a salary increase. What we have are every individual in the public service is moving in 3 steps: 2022, 23, 24. And so you don't know it all in advance. So you make a provision that's kept at the Ministry of Finance, the ministries, departments, and agencies, including the Integrity Commission, the Auditor General, but also Ministry of Education and Ministry of Transport, all ministries, departments, and agencies make those calculations, submit them to the Ministry of Finance. They're vetted and approved. And then what happens in this supplementary is that there is a movement from the general provision that was made at the start of the year to the 100 and odd ministries, departments, and agencies. And what you see here is representative of that. Yeah.
Of the 3. The issue is as related to auditing of the Auditor General's department. Over the years, I've asked under Omar Davis as minister, Peter Phillips as minister, Ollie Shaw as minister, and I've asked you also. But I must commend you that of all the 4 or 5 ministers of finance, you are the first one to have ever had the Department of Auditor General's department audited and presented to this parliament. I think we have 2 years audit now due. So can you tell us whether those are on the way? The Minister of Finance is supposed to be auditing that department. Where are we? When are we going to see the audit the last 2 years for the Auditor General department? Huh?
What year are you speaking about? Yeah, so
Just a minute. Your financial secretary can ask you to ask me what year. You know the year that you'll table it here.
Yeah.
So she should know the years that are outstanding.
Okay,
She can ask me.
so I'm glad that you began with a recognition of the fact that
you worked and the time that
that
here.
this administration, the first to, as you have pointed out, to deliver on this responsibility. My information, member, is that what you term as the outstanding year, and I'll correct this if I'm mistaken, but what you determine as the outstanding year is already en route to Parliament. And that is, the outstanding would be 22, 23, right? 23, 24, where, not yet, but 22-23 is on its way to Parliament, or it might actually be here already.
That's a question I asked, you give the answer,
Yeah.
that they're on the way. That's why I asked where we are with those.
Yes.
But not to ask me which.
I,
And I say I have 3 departments, Mr. Chairman.
Member,
I'm going to
please
the third. I'm leaving the
focus
second.
on the questions that you're asking.
I've been focusing on it. Maybe you're not hearing me. You stop clap. Because I'm going to Integrity Commission now, and they come after you. Unjustly. So let me ask the questions. All right. The Integrity Commission, I see you giving them almost the next $1 billion here. $1.8 billion to over $2 billion.
what number is this again?
You're giving them $193.3 million in addition. Okay? Direction and management, you have 1.3 million. Financial management and accounting services, 3.6. Human resources, that is the increase in salary that you talk about, reclassification, 59.2. Administration of internal audit, 939,000. The issue is, we haven't seen an audit of that department table in this house, but they're spending taxpayers' money. What I need to know, who is responsible for auditing that department to present the report here? The issue is, the Auditor General cannot do it because she's illegally sitting on that as a commissioner, as against what the Constitution provides for. So who is going to provide the audit for that department? When are we going to see audit for that department over the years? And secondly, this amount you have here of 193 million, does it include any part of the employment of overseas forensic auditor to look into accounts here? And if so, how much of this is going towards paying overseas forensic auditors to look in people's returns? And secondly, before I go any further, in that you are dealing with the department, in acquiring the services of the overseas forensic auditor,
We want to know.
what procurement method was used?
Yes.
Was there any procurement method, or it was just employed as a friend from overseas? Are you able to answer this question, Mr. Minister?
Not for that amount.
Member, member, with the greatest of respect, I think you have the wrong meeting. There was a meeting earlier this morning, the oversight meeting. Were you not there?
In the funds, you are providing funds for them, so they must justify to you why
Right.
they're asking for this.
Right. So member, under our arrangements, to preserve the independence of the Integrity Commission, funds are provided on a line item basis. And it's within the powers of the Integrity Commission to use the funds that are provided by the government and taxpayers of the country in ways that are consistent with their mandate. To the extent that you have a question on how they have chosen to use those funds, I would humbly submit that that question is better directed to the Integrity Commission.
What about the question about audit of the department presented to being laid in the House?
The best information I have is that the Integrity Commission would be audited by a private and independent auditor.
Already been acquired?
No, as I said, we provide line item resources.
No. The auditing, you were told that independent auditor will be doing it.
Right,
So
no.
I'm asking is, have you already acquired the service of particular independent auditor?
No. no, remember, member, that, again, that's a question that is better directed to the commissions of the Integrity Commission. We provide a line item, li- we provide a line item of expenditure to the Integrity Commission, and they decide how to use those funds, and they are accountable to the Parliament through the Oversight Committee. So, to the extent that you want to hold them accountable, I'd suggest that you use the proper organs to do so. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister, for the answer. But we need to make it clear that you are the minister,
Of
not
Finance.
across there. You won't see that chair. Somebody clap over there when me talk. I'm saying, Minister, I expect that the audit, we get an audit report of that department before the next financial year, before next budget comes here. There's no way we're going to approve another $2 billion for a department that has not been audited for years. Okay? So I expect that the audit be laid here before March next year, because we're not going to allow it to pass through here. If I'm the only person to stand and say, no, I'm going to do it. But there must be an audit at that department.
Remember, I don't think any reasonable person can object to your to your requirement. These are public funds, and I have no reason to expect that that's a difficult proposition.
Member from St. Andrew, Southeastern.
Thank you, Chairman. In the supplementary, $11 billion is allocated to deal with compensation issues in the public sector. Can you indicate whether the issues related to the junior doctors, and I believe there are some overtime payment issues, whether that is included in the $11 billion? Secondly, I know allocations have been made to both the University of the West Indies and the University of Technology. Can you indicate whether those allocations would cover the, I know there are discussions or negotiations around compensation for lecturers and other staff members, whether any of those allocations would cover those matters?
So, with respect to the provisions in the supplementary, they address the third year of the compensation restructuring exercise, and they address some other matters. To the best of my understanding, the matter of the overtime arrangements for the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association members is currently under discussion, shall we say. So, while that remains the case, but let's be clear, the arrangements for junior doctors is that there are sessional rates that apply. And the sessional rates that have been enforced continue to apply until there is a new arrangement. Right? So it's not a matter that there's no payments for overtime. It's just that those payments reflect sessional rates that were agreed some time ago. I mean, in the last round of negotiations. With respect to, you asked also about, which was the second one? Yeah, there are subventions in this supplementary budget for UE and UTEC. But I should submit that, yeah, let's leave it at that. So we have subventions here. I would have given the numbers in my opening presentation last week, but in the order of billions of dollars. Between two of them, it is $5 billion in addition to what was provided or allocated in March. An additional $5 billion has been allocated to both UE and UTEC.
Member from St. Mary Central.
We know that they have these salary-related issues, so we would hope that they use it for that. Yeah.
Minister, thank you, Chair. Minister, the question that was just asked a while ago, if the 11 billion additional amount for salaries, whether that included anything for the Ministry of Health and Welfare. You mentioned the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association. We see here where there's a $6.8 billion additional requirement, and it is primarily for compensation of employees. Is that part of the 11, or is it 11 plus the 6?
Just tell me where you're seeing that 6.8.
42,003.
42,000 what?
3.
42,003. You're seeing, you mean the 6.8?
Yes. Is that included in the 11 billion that you spoke to? Or would that make it 17 billion?
All right. So, you remember I mentioned to you that at the start of the fiscal year, we have an umbrella amount. This is not something that will happen in future years. It's specific to this period of the restructuring of salaries. So when we come into the fiscal year, the salaries allocated to the ministries and departments and agencies are exactly what they were, or a little bit above, last year. And the additional amounts between that and the total allocation are held in a contingency pending the detailed calculations for what is due to each member of the public service in the third year of the restructuring. And once those are determined, the amount in the contingency is released among the ministries. We're talking, the contingency, we're talking here about 40 odd billion that would have been in a contingency pending these calculations. What the 11 billion represents is an amount above what was in the contingent provisions at the start of the fiscal year. But, I would hope that going forward, we can adopt, we change the way in which we discuss these things. It can't be that, or it ought not to be that, any group that feels aggrieved that there's a reflexive action to take on positions even if they are to the detriment of the country. The country has sacrificed and returned the sacrifice of public sector employees with an unprecedented adjustment to compensation of over $200 billion. That is an investment. And going forward, it is going to be important that the wage bill does not grow faster than the country grows. If we don't abide by that simple principle, we will go back exactly to where we were. So it ought not, and we are all in that same boat. So I would hope that we adopt an enlightened approach in this house to these matters. And that applies on both sides. Yeah, I should mention, let me just, if I may just take the opportunity to mention that the way in which our compensation arrangements exist now and going forward will require much greater management by ministries and departments of their compensation budget, particularly in relation to overtime. That if ministries and agencies don't manage their human resources in a way to keep within budgetary limits, we can have a major problem. We're moving from a dispensation where people got allowances for overtime, regardless of whether they worked overtime or not. Eventually, Jamaicans came together. That's not fair, and it isn't. That if I work 10 extra hours, I get the same pay as you if you work 0 extra hours or you work 20 extra hours. We're moved away from that system to one where you get paid for the hours that you work, generally speaking. That is what we've moved to in the public service. That's what we've moved to in the police force. And that's what we're trying to move in other areas as well. And that is the recommended and modern practice. But if that is not accompanied by management of the human resources, those numbers can get out of hand. So it's incumbent upon all ministries, departments, and agencies, not just the Ministry of Finance, to ensure that overtime budgets are managed properly. Can we put the book?
Member, let we have
No, I have No, you make one and ask all kind of foolishness and I'm
member, you have the floor. Member, you have the floor.
Yeah, please, please. Minister, the Cannabis Licensing Authority and the SEC Authority. These two entities, I see they're getting additional revenue for new rental properties. It suggests to me that these are over and above what the current rental is, because that would have been accommodated already in the regular budget. Can you say what are the work that is now expanded? Because these are large and expanded offices. I understand that, and in the case of Cannabis Licensing Authority, is it compensation for individuals let go, or for individuals for new employees? I don't know what the amount is for, and in the case of the SEC Authority, what are the new offices that are being rented?
Remember, I'm gonna have to get that answer for you. I don't. I'm seeing if anybody's here from CLA. I don't know if anyone is here.
Yes, I'd like the answer. And in the case of 1150, 11050 International Financial Services, is that entity still? What is the status of the International Financial Services entity? I wasn't aware, or I'm not sure how active that is.
No, that entity is still active.
Still
In fact,
active.
there's a bill that will be taken today
SAC.
on the segregated accounts.
Yes.
I mean, that's
And
a
that's-
bill that emanates from that entity.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good
Or
to
from
know.
the
It's
work
still
of that
active.
entity.
Good to know it's still active.
So we have two questions left. Member from St. Mary Western and member from Manchester Northwestern, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister,
Yes, sir.
is there any amendment to the supplementary budget that was laid last week?
Yes, amendments are being tabled.
Oh,
And
because
my back is turned to you only because I'm speaking into the mic.
I understand,
Yeah.
Minister.
Otherwise, you know that I would face you mano a mano.
Minister,
Yes, sir.
the housing scheme in Eden Park,
Yes.
Jacks River, St. Mary,
Yes.
was built without any provisions for water supplies. And an application was made to the housing agency. And a meeting was held with the residents that funds would have been in this supplementary budget to treat with that situation. In reading the supplementary budget, I did not see it. So I'm asking if there is an amendment, which I have not yet seen, and if those funds are now in the budget.
Remember, I know that you want your constituents to see it on TV. I'm happy to inform them through you that a provision has been made to the Housing Agency of Jamaica in the amount of $129 million in response to their application. In response to the application of the Housing Agency
Where?
for a project I believe to be on the northern shores of Jamaica
You asked for?
for a water scheme. I'm not sure if that concerns you, but that's my response.
Well, Minister, if it is so, on behalf of the residents in the Eden Park housing scheme, we thank you very much for that provision and amendment.
Manchester Northwestern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, page 19,002, which is the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Just want to know if this provision, the 1.352 billion having to do with the cleanup program, if this would take care of any amounts that are owed to contractors.
Sorry, which one? How much is which
Page 19,002
one?
in the current. Hurricane Beryl Relief and Recovery.
Yes.
There is a 6.794 billion. Where Hurricane Beryl National Cleanup Program, Roads Recovery and General Cleanup, 1,352. I just want to know if this is the total sum that would be owed to contractors that would have participated in the cleanup. Also, there's a
No, remember, so the one below, the 800 million that you see below, that one relates to facilitating outstanding amounts.
to what the which amount?
You see the 800 million?
812.
Yes, 812 million 111. That relates to payments of outstanding amounts. There's a typo there.
But that says for brought from 23-24 financial year, which
500 brought from then, but those are the arrears that we speak about.
Well, I'm asking about Beryl.
Yeah, and they use it. Yeah, right. No, that's up here. So so the amounts that you mentioned are for Hurricane Beryl, right?
And I'm asking if this is a total sum that is owed to contractors having to do with the cleanup.
Yeah.
Or will there be some contractors that will still be owed?
Let's just stay with how the system works. Remember, we are providing through the supplementary the amounts that have been approved, through the cabinet process for these activities. Any other question would have to be directed to, the NWA. But the amounts that have been approved are the exact amounts that are here on the Hurricane Beryl. Under the 800 million, we're talking about arrears. But if you're talking about Hurricane Beryl, it represents this.
Yeah, we were specific to Hurricane Beryl.
Yeah,
now.
Hurricane Beryl. This is the amount that is approved for Hurricane Beryl. So Hurricane Beryl expenditure should not exceed these amounts.
You're hoping.
Well, I can only play my part.
All right, Minister, with that, with this 500 million to meet arrears brought forward from financial 23-24, is this a total sum that is owed to contractors? If not, how much is owed to contractors?
Well, it's a total of 800 million that's provided to meet arrears. 500 of arrears from last year and some other arrears that would have occurred, between the start of the year and now.
So with this supplementary budget, no contractor out there should then say that they're owed.
You can't say that, member. I mean,
for work in the past.
The government of Jamaica customarily, has sort of 60-day, sometimes 90-day credit terms, depending on the service being provided.
And there are contractors who have complained that they're being owed longer.
So at any point in time, the government of Jamaica will have credit payables. We'll have trade payables. Right?
Can you say how much that credit payables for the National Works Agency?
No, I can't speak to that, member.
Is it possible? I see Mr. Hunter in the here.
Understand. Yeah. So remember, for all intents and purposes, the amounts provided here deal with the arrears of the NWA. One has to, however, bear in mind that there are always current works underway. So every day you incur an additional payable, and you're usually working with a 60 to 90-day payment period. So even March of 2024, you're going to have a 90-day payment window. You will not pay by definition for
Well-
everything that you commission in a 12-month period because the government has payment terms. Does that make sense? So
Minister,
these amounts, to put it very clearly, very bluntly, these amounts bring, it's my information that they bring the NWA into operational compliance with its
Minister,
creditors.
the reason why I asked the question, I mean, even for the $40 million per constituency program, there are contractors who said that they wouldn't even attempt to initiate the program because of non-payment before that, which is 2 years ago. There are contractors, I mean, in rural parishes, the minister said contractors in Kingston running down work, but there are contractors who are refusing to even take up work from the National Works Agency because of slow payment or non-payment at all. So I just want to get it from you that once this $500 million in the supplementary budget is
800.
Well, 500 to meet arrears
No.
brought forward from
Right,
financial
but
year
the total-
23-24
But for the
Right.
800, it says additional requirements to
for
facilitate
mid-P.
payments of
That is
outstanding
for the
arrears.
mid-P.
No, total. So 800 is for arrears total. 500 from last year.
Whichever way you want to put
Yes.
it. 500 from last year.
Yes.
Right? That once this is dealt with in supplementary, then there should not be any issue where contractors are concerned and monies that are owed to them by the National Works
There should be an
Agency.
issue outside of disputes that are being, right?
Good.
Disputes
Just want-
for
yeah.
outside of that.
Okay.
Yeah. Pages, can we take the book?
Yes.
Put the book to the House, to the committee.
We'll look at the amendments.
Yeah, including amendments.
Member from St. Catherine North Central.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, the councils across municipalities were asked to submit 10 priority roads to be rehabilitated through the Spark program. Councillors across municipalities were asked to submit 10 priority roads under the Spark program. I would like to be advised, just asking a simple question. Is it going to be a separate 10 roads? Is it going to be separate from the 10 roads or what that the MPs will do with what is the plan, I don't know. But what I do know is that they are asking to be updated as to what is the status of the request which came from the ministry to each municipality, and they did respond accordingly.
Yeah, so remember, Spark is a central government program of capital improvement to roads. I think yes, and the consultation process is one where you meet with your constituents, and you can choose to do that divisionally if you so choose. You get uh, an inventory of requests. Ostensibly, that inventory will be much larger than the number of roads that can be fixed, and you choose and prioritize, and you submit that to the NWA. And you're saying you have done that, and you're asking what happens next. Right. No, yeah.
This is separate and apart from what was asked of MPs. Councillors were asked across municipalities to submit 10 priority roads. Is there no MP over there who is aware of that? Really? Okay. All right. Well, the councillors are watching. And you're saying today that there is absolutely no such funding separate and apart from what will happen through the regular process of consultation which took place.
Well, when it comes to
I just
funding,
want to be clear.
I'm going to ask the minister to come in.
I just want to be clear.
But when it comes to funding, let us be very, very clear that we are making more funding available for roads in this fiscal year than has been made for roads in the past decade and a half. In fact, Mr. Chairman, when you add the amounts for the pre-investment activities and the pipes that go under the road, we are allocating this year a minimum of 4 to 5 times what has been allocated in a normal year. 4 to 5 times. My Speaker, we will not allow a strategy that seeks to speak about what this cannot do in an attempt to cloud what it can do and will do. An allocation of 4 to 5 times. Now I defer to the minister after that.
Members, if you allow me. Members, if you allow me. Whilst members, member from St. Catherine North Central, whilst you are asking to be given the chance to speak, if you continue to have a crosstalk with other members, then you're going to take up your time. That's we have used up 5 valuable minutes because you have been cross talking. So just allow me, and if you don't allow me, then it won't happen. I'm saying to you, give me the right and the time.
Governor for Back Road. Back Road, Governor.
Chairman.
Member, your mic is on.
Minister, you still haven't answered the question.
No,
You probably answered a question that was in your head, but you didn't answer my question.
yeah, so I'm going to ask the
Right?
minister
No,
to answer your question.
right.
The part of your question that I did not
So
answer.
you answered your own question.
No, I
You
answered your
answered
question.
your own question.
I answered the
So,
substance
Minister,
of
you're
your
going to
question.
answer my question now.
So thank you, member.
Okay, thank you.
The process by which roads are chosen through Spark is a consultative process for community roads. 80% of the roads chosen for Spark are parish council roads. 80%. A minor percent of the roads are chosen are NWA roads. So regardless of, I don't know where this request came from for councillors to submit 10 roads, but the CDF, as well as the Ministry of Local Government, would have engaged with constituencies, not MPs, but constituencies, and councillors and so on, for the roads to be chosen by the citizens.
Maybe the minister can clarify for us. Was there any such instruction which came from the ministry to the municipalities?
The NWA has ownership.
Just hold on.
Allow me
No,
to
I
answer.
understand. I'm asking the question.
The NWA has ownership of the Spark
But
program.
this came from the ministry
the
and it
NWA
related to Spark. So I'm asking
The
you,
NWA has
the
ownership of the
Minister of Local Government is here.
Members, once again, we are dragging out this too far and too long. The same question has been asked over and over. I am going to allow the minister in the Ministry of Job Creation to answer the question once, and we are going to move on. No, you don't have the floor, member. You don't have the floor. I am giving the floor. I am giving the floor. What point of order are you going to raise if the minister don't answer to your colleague? Exactly. So allow the minister to ask, and then. You don't know that. You don't know that. And calm down, please. Please. We don't need to behave in that manner. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just saying to the member that the process by which the roads, which is the community roads for Spark, which are parish council roads, it was chosen by consultation in every single constituency. The consultation included participation by councillors, members of parliament, community groups, citizens generally. They were advertised by the Constituency Development Fund, and the Spark is governed by the NWA. I am unaware of any correspondence from the project owner to ask for what the member is saying was asked for. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just for clarification, I am very clear in my head that some of the consultations that were done did not include councillors. That some of them, no, I am very sure of that. I am therefore, no, I don't want to call names. No, I can prove it. I can prove it. I know it. And therefore,
Nobody has the floor but the chair. Nobody has the floor but the chair. Members. Members, if I have to name any one of you, I'm going to ask you to behave. No. Member from Southwestern St. Andrew. When the subject matter was raised, it was said to us that the consultation would be hosted by, not by us members of parliament, but by the CDF. And the invitation list would have been members of parliament, councillors, and other stakeholders to include NWA, the parish council or municipal corporation, and the residents at large. And that's what took place, wherein it is not even the members of parliament or councillors who named the roads. It was the residents who named the road, and SDC was there to make note and to report. We are not going to go back. We are going to be moving on. We are going to be moving on. Minister.
Yeah, so can we put, I'm asking.
Minister, are there any amendments?
Yes, the amendments, Chairman.
Name the amendments, please.
The amendments have been tabled before the committee, and I ask that the amendments be adopted.
So the amendments to the first supplementary estimate for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimate of revenue for the year ending March 2025 are before us. I put the amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it.
You pass your amendment?
I now put the pages.
Wait, Chairman, I just want to make sure that the amendments to the Jamaica Public Bodies first supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2025 has been a part of the amendments that have been approved.
Yeah, I did say that.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
So now I put the first supplementary estimate for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimate of revenue for the year ending March 2025 as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. If there are no, the report of the first supplementary estimate for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2024-2025 interim report, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimate of revenue for the year ending March 2025 are before me. It is a wish of the committee that I signed it. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. That's it. This committee now stands adjourned.
I need it. Do I need it? No, no. No, I have one.
Members, members, please take your seats. This honorable house now resume its sitting. House leader. House leader. House leader.
Middle of the item announcements so as to allow for the report from the committee to be tabled and then for reports of committee so as to allow for the committee to be so as to allow for the motion to be taken by the House. Mr. Speaker, it's been a long day. I've been up from 6 and we went through from 10 o'clock, and I've been on my feet in this house from 10 o'clock until this time. So, Mr. Speaker, in saying that, I implore members to let's cooperate because we do have 2 more speakers in addition to the Minister of Finance to conclude the debate on the supplementary estimates as well as 2 other financial matters that he has to take. So may it please you, Mr. Speaker.
So at this time, clerk.
Laid on the table of the House is the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2025.
Reports from committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025. The Government of Jamaica fiscal policy paper for the financial year 24-25, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenue for the year ending March 2025.
Notices of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House. I'll move. Be it resolved that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025, the Government of Jamaica fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2024-25 interim report, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenue for the year ended March 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 15th day of October 2025, be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, on the matter of public business, as I indicated earlier, before the House went into Standing Finance Committee, that we would move for the continuation of the state of constituency debate. And the two speakers for today were the member from St. Mary Southeastern and the member from Westmoreland Western. Madam, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the continuation of the debate and at this time to ask that the member from Southeast.
We
St.
need to have
Mary
the
be asked to speak.
report of the Standing Finance
Yes.
Committee being approved. So the desired request, calling on the minister for the approval of the Standing Finance report.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
The contribution of the constituency debate. So the report having now been accepted, the report will be debated on and then approved, because the report from the Standing Finance Committee is now before us. The member would ask for it to be approved, and in the process, the debate would begin. So we are asking for a stay of that debate to allow for the state of constituency debate to commence and the member from Southeast St. Mary to make his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. We will now move to the contribution from the state of constituency debate with the member from St. Mary. St. Mary Southeastern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I start my presentation, however, I'd like to recognize my constituents from Southeast St. Mary, but also want to recognize students from the University of Technology Pharmacy Department. Recently, Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of being invited to the university for a house to be named after me. It's called the Norman House. So these students here are from the Norman House. So, Mr. Speaker, it is with profound honor that I stand before you in this honorable house to speak about the place of my birth, my home, the vibrant constituency of Southeast St. Mary, and to report that we are confidently on the path to correcting decade-old neglect that has existed for so many years while building resilience in what we do. However, Mr. Speaker, as a people, we commit that we are not going back. Mr. Speaker, we all owe our gratitude firstly to our Heavenly Father for his enduring favor and blessings over us. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge my remarkable mother, who has worked tirelessly in the market all their years to provide my siblings and I, and is still alive today at 95 to witness the fruits of her sacrifice. I am forever indebted to her, Mr. Speaker, for all that she has done for all of us. But Mr. Speaker, I'm also grateful that our beautiful island of Jamaica is being led by Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, our distinguished and visionary Prime Minister. In 2015, he, along with the officers, welcomed me into the Jamaica Labour Party and supported my candidacy for Southeast St. Mary. His continued trust in assigning me the role of Minister of State in the Ministry of Labour and Social Security is indeed humbling. Madam Speaker, I'd like to commend my councillors, Richard Query of the Richmond Division, Councillor Hugh Bryan of the Anatomy Division, Councillor Lenver Danvers of the Caston Division, and Joseph Robinson, our outgoing caretaker for the Belfield Division, for their unwavering commitment to our beloved constituency. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize Councillor Freeman of the Belfield Division. Mr. Speaker, my work is made lighter by the presence of my close protection officer, Raheem McKellop, and Special Assistant Davidine Salmon, who works tirelessly with me daily. But I'd like to also acknowledge my fellow MPs, Darrell Vast to the east, Robert Bobby Montague to the west, Carencia Morrison and Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, who I share borders with. But I want to, Mr. Speaker, I leave a special acknowledgement to a fellow St. Marian who lives in my constituency, the MP from Central St. Mary, Dr. Guy, who, because of my awesome stewardship of the constituency, will vote for me in the next election. To the wonderful people of Southeast St. Mary, my constituents, my people, my family, your trust and confidence in my leadership remains the driving force behind my commitment to advancing the welfare of our constituency. Mr. Speaker, in his wisdom, our Prime Minister has placed me with Minister Pernell Charles Jr., a truly remarkable person, and we all saw him today. It was a fitting decision as both of us share the passion for improving our fellow Jamaicans. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge our outgoing Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden, and the entire staff of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. And I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome our new acting PS, Ms. Dion Jennings. Mr. Speaker, you can imagine the audacity of some who would try to deceive our constituents. Some even attempt to mislead the good people of Southeast St. Mary with false information. They have held the constituency for 27 years, 18 consecutively, and did little or nothing, leaving behind a mess for me to clean up and to address the years of neglect. But my constituents have given me a simple message to give them. Tom drunk, but Tom no fool. Mr. Speaker, I have observed a certain narrative being pushed on persons. There is a new candidate who says he has roots in the constituency. But let me make this absolutely clear. Absolutely clear. I was born there. I was raised there. I went to school there. And I sold in the market there. Therefore, I am the only candidate who can claim son of the soil, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if that person has roots, then I have a big tree trunk and a tree too. So, Mr. Speaker, these days we see obfuscation, lies and misinformation and propaganda. They don't want to show the proof of anything, whether it's renouncing their status or their current status, or even when they're called out. But Mr. Speaker, our foreparents were taken for fools by the slave owners, the white plantocracy. In 2024, let us shun the lies and the obfuscation. Let me be clear, the constituency of Southeast St. Mary and its leadership stands resolutely with Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, and they have sent me to give you a clear message. We are not going back. We are not going back to the years
of neglect resulting in bad roads. We are not going back to the years of lack of investment in water. We are not going back to the dilapidated built infrastructure. And we are certainly not going back to poor representation. We are simply not going back. So, Mr. Speaker, someone said to me that the persons on that side of the house should sit out any election because they don't know to govern. They know, Madam Speaker, just look into their eyes. Yes, look into their eyes. As the song would say, look into them eyes, tell me what you see. Madam Speaker, they know they can't govern, but they need power. Jamaica needs a government like the Jamaica Labour Party with steady hands on the economy, creating the enabling environment for people to grow, thrive, and prosper while caring for our most vulnerable than people who just need power. Mr. Speaker, as Member of Parliament, I am driven by the instinct and desire to improve the lives of our people. The long-standing issues are being addressed with relentless determination by this Member of Parliament and your government to get things done. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to assure my constituents and all the Jamaicans that your government understands and cares deeply, to the extent that I unequivocally declare that the great constituency of Southeast St. Mary has been healing from the wounds of neglect by previous governments on that side and is currently on a path of building better resilience in what we do, and we are committed to not going back. Mr. Speaker, it is undeniable that we are witnessing a pivotal moment in our nation's history. Never before has so many road improvement programs been announced at the same time while major highways are being simultaneously constructed. This includes the Spark program, the REACH program, and roads on the rural radar. Mr. Speaker, I would like to announce that over the next 9 months, more than 30 roads across Southeast St. Mary will be patched or rehabilitated under the Spark program, the REACH program, or the Christmas program. If any member, Mr. Speaker, in this honorable house wants to traverse Southeast St. Mary, I would proudly escort them down the newly christened Don Highway on Hilltop in the Belfield Division. This road was once a symbol of neglect, has been transformed, offering motorists a smoother journey. Though, Mr. Speaker, it's not a large area that was done, but the state of disrepair of that area causes the residents to welcome it and thus to change. Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful for RADA that they'll be upgrading the Belfield Penn Road, Dr. Guy, the Belfield Penn Road, the Brennard to Platfield Road. As we speak, work has begun on these segments. However, I'm also requesting further assistance to address the Rosemount Road, Belfield Penn Road, Long Road, and Camberwell Road. Madam Speaker, thanks to former Minister Warmington, for his assistance in rehabilitation of the roads from Scottsall to Bottom Leinster. Gibbs Hill and Golden Valley to Providence has been patched, but extensive work is coming under the Spark program, thanks to Minister Morgan. Mr. Speaker, substantial work has taken place on the Long Road, thanks to Minister Green and Rada, while extensive improvement has taken place on the High Gate to Richmond area. Moreover, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, ongoing road work along the junction continues to bolster infrastructure, resulting in the junction being in one of its best state ever. Mr. Speaker, the new Spark program is a revolutionary initiative designed to transform our road network. It is simply a great project, and the impact is already being felt because it has brought community members together in a collaborated effort to identify and prioritize roads. Consultation through the Spark program has already taken place across the entire constituency, with residents actively participating, including councillors, in discussions about which roads they need to be repaired. This, Mr. Speaker, is what we call people's democracy. Mr. Speaker, roads such as Belfield Line, Belfield Works, and Brennard, Clark, Luna Field, Luna, Platfield, Camberwell, Long Road, Mount Gale, Fort George. All these roads, Mr. Speaker, will be upgraded. And I eagerly look forward to the happy smiles on our residents' face when they see the improvements that has been done to their road. But, Mr. Speaker, we are simply not going back. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the health sector is near and dear to me, and I will always be very eager to see improvements in our health facilities. Mr. Speaker, health is our wealth. Your government is dedicated to rebuilding and enhancing healthcare right across Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, it is the first time in decades, and possibly in the history of our country, that there has been so much transformation taking place in our health institutions right across Jamaica. Thanks to Minister Tufton for his visionary leadership. In Southeast St. Mary, we are witnessing the transformation in our healthcare landscape, which speaks volume to our priorities and aspirations. The Anotte Bay Hospital new pediatric ward is almost completed, adorned with bright colors, and equipped with modern equipment to meet the medical needs of our children. Another new block is being constructed that will house the admin, orthopedic, and lab, and it is in its final stage of development. Mr. Speaker, the old Belfield Clinic, which once stood as a relic of neglect that everyone said could never be built, is now gone, demolished, and a new structure is being built and is fast becoming the iconic monument of major proportion in the Belfield division, thanks to Chase, NHF, and Minister Tufton. The Anotte Bay Health Center has been renovated and reopened with significant upgrades, offering a more comfortable environment for its patients. So, Mr. Speaker, we speak about advances, and they're not just about merely structural advances. They symbolize our unwavering commitment to the health and well-being of our people. Can you imagine the economic spin-off for taxi drivers who will be transporting patients, the small business operators near the clinic? These will be priceless to these individuals. The visible progress in our health infrastructure is a testament to our vision and action. St. Mary, and Southeast St. Mary in particular, is on a path to prosperity with healthcare that not only heals, but instills hope and confidence in the future, thus echoing the call that we are not going back. Mr. Speaker, our commitment to enhancing the quality of life of our residents extends far beyond housing and community development. Through partnership with the Universal Service Fund, we have introduced free Wi-Fi in Belfield, in Broadgate, Epsom, Friendship Gap, Richmond, Castleton, and Anotte Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the member's time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move that. Yes, the member's time be extended by 10 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Member, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the residents living in the Cane Lane community at Anotte Bay has been undeniably improved because of their zinc fence removal project. We have erected community nameplates in various places across the constituency. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the most critical projects that we have been diligently working on is the Anotte Bay Sea Revetment and Shoreline Protection Project, a crucial initiative aimed at safeguarding the town from the ongoing threat of soil erosion and sea encroachment. This project is not just about safeguarding infrastructure, it's about protecting the lives of the people of Anotte Bay and ensuring the long-term resilience of our town. Mr. Speaker, through the partnership with the EU Hills to Ocean Project, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, we're working diligently to upgrade the Castleton Garden Community Center. Mr. Speaker, our vision is not just to make Castleton Garden a place of natural beauty, but as an ideal venue for events such as wedding, parties, and other celebrations. Mr. Speaker, The efforts in housing and community development are integral to our broader vision of creating a more prosperous and resilient Southeast St. Mary. On the matter of education, Mr. Speaker, it is education that took me out of poverty. It is not merely a pathway of personal success, but a vital investment in our collective future and the economy. That is why I have placed significant effort in supporting our students and fostering their educational development. Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that our students have a bright future and they can contribute to Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, through the Own Your Own Device program and CDF, we have been able to provide computers to needy students, vouchers, and other assistive devices. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to report that Southeast St. Mary is making tremendous strides in our sporting facility upgrade and development. Our crown jewel in Anotabe, the Anotabe Multipurpose Complex, renamed by Minister Grange in 2020, seeing the state-of-the-art facility comes to life, especially at night football, fills my heart with tremendous joy, knowing the opportunities that it provides for our sportsmen, our sportswomen, our vendors and residents, but we are not stopping there. In addition, we'll be upgrading the netball court very soon in the Anotabe Multipurpose Complex, as well as the field at Enfield. Mr. Speaker, it is also worth to note that Southeast St. Mary stands proud and tall that it hosts one of the largest corner league football in the entire parish of St. Mary, the Dr. Dunn Night Football League, with the largest purse of any corner league in the area. Mr. Speaker, infrastructural work is also planned for Dover, Enfield, Lewis Store, and other areas across the constituency. Mr. Speaker, the role of Member of Parliament is to make representation on behalf of our constituents, advocating for needs and ensuring that their voices are heard. Through the collaboration with the CDF, we have provided economic enablement grants and small business grants to many residents. Rural Agricultural Development RAD has been a steadfast partner in also supporting our farmers. Mr. Speaker, my time as Member of Parliament for the constituency, we have experienced an unprecedented level of infrastructure development and investment. Over $2 billion have been poured in the constituency over this time, a magnitude that we have never seen before. And therefore, let me lay out some of the facts. And listen to this one now. In the Belfield area, for the first time, Mr. Speaker, since 1962, 62 years ago, a new government facility is finally being built in this area. That is the Belfield Clinic. For the first time in decades, a new hospital ward is being constructed at the Anotabe Hospital that will house the pediatric ward, the lab, and other facilities. It's the first time, Mr. Speaker, in over 70 years. We have built, for the first time in about 30 years, a community bridge, which is Chesterfield Bridge. And in less than a year, we have rehabilitated more roads in Southeast St. Mary than in the last 30 years. Mr. Speaker, the facts speak for themselves. The level of development is unprecedented. And that's why I am so proud of the Andrew Holness-led government. The people of Southeast St. Mary are moving forward, and we are not going back. So let me just highlight, Mr. Speaker, some upcoming and ongoing visionary initiatives. So as we seek to prioritize development in Southeast St. Mary, I'm excited to announce a number of plans and future plans for the constituency. We are continuing our air conditioning in schools, including the principal office, and as you know, we already have a title of having the first grade 6 classroom in public school in Jamaica air conditioned. We are seeking to extend the JUTC bus service all the way to Toms River, and the beautification of the Robert Schuman Air roundabout leading to Anotabe, which we are hoping, with the consent of Beres Hammond, to name it the Beres Hammond roundabout for recognition of his genius, being a genius at music, and is a son of a soul of Anotabe. New housing program, Art Campus in Broadgate, and we are negotiating with Art NSTA to establish its campus in Broadgate. The upgrading of the aesthetics of the Anotabe area, Mr. Speaker. And we want to, of course, diversify agriculture by establishing a strawberry growing facility in Camberwell or George's Hope. Mr. Speaker, we are looking forward to the completion or the beginning of the Another Bypass Road. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we're actively pursuing the development of a recycling plant in Another Bay to drive positive change and enhance the economic stability of the area. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, Southeast St. Mary's always and will always be my home. I have investment in Southeast St. Mary's, signaling the mantra, put your money where your mouth is. Some come, some look, some go, but never invest. It is where my family members reside and where those who have passed are laid. I stand in this honorable house as a symbol of promise to every young youth that they can make it. Mr. Speaker, I'm filled with pride as I reflect on the achievements together, even in the face of challenges. While the accomplishments are significant, I remain eager and determined that Southeast St. Mary must reach greater heights, which each passing day, under the leadership of our Prime Minister and this government, the future that we envision draws nearer and becoming more attainable. Mr. Speaker, as we witness a remarkable development and investment and growth, we are seeing more roads being constructed, improved water system, increase in community infrastructure, sports development. Mr. Speaker, we are progressing to true prosperity. Billions of dollars have been invested in constituencies since becoming member of parliament, and billions more to come. Mr. Speaker, Southeast St. Mary is firmly on the path to prosperity. Our road work initiatives are progressing towards greater prosperity, and we are not going back. We are improving our healthcare facilities tremendously, and we are not going back. Our partnership with local business and organizations continue to drive economic growth, and we are not going back. Housing projects will come on stream, and we are not going back. Mr. Speaker, Southeast St. Mary is no longer a place where roads are built and health facilities are expanded. It's a constituency where lives are being uplifted, where hopes thrive, where young and old can feel proud of their community and that it is improving, where long-standing issues are being corrected, where there was once neglect, there's now a clear path to prosperity, where the well-being of every individual is paramount. We continue to have big aspirations, big plans, and visionary leadership, where all are treated with respect, where people's democracy thrive, and where even little boy from the market can continue to press forward to become their member of parliament, and they too can achieve their aspiration. They simply ask me, Mr. Speaker, in a simple but unequivocal message to tell this honorable house that those who are listening outside, that the people of Southeast St. Mary has made a decision that they are not going back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may God bless you and bless the people of Southeast St. Mary and Jamaica.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to indicate that that's a model in terms of time management. And I sincerely hope that we will follow this example throughout the rest of the debate. Mr. Speaker, I now ask you to invite the member from Westmoreland to make his presentation.
Member from Western Westmoreland.
Mr. Speaker, would you permit me to speak from a seat that is not ordinarily my own?
Permission granted.
Thank you. Jeremiah 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Mr. Speaker, we continue to give praises to Almighty God, the source of our strength and inspiration. In every moment of our lives, we find reason to be grateful for His continued blessing. Today, as we gather here, let us reflect on the love and guidance that has brought us together. Let us celebrate not only our achievements, but also the unity and faith that binds us as a community. Together, let us lift our voice in gratitude and joy, recognizing the divine presence that illuminates our path. Mr. Speaker, we pray that the Lord continues to bless our leader, Prime Minister of Jamaica, Most Honorable Andrew Holness, granting him strength, wisdom, and foresight to lead this country and our people. May the Lord fill him with courage to conquer the challenges ahead as he leads our people in an ever-changing world. I continue to express gratitude to the 6,148 constituents who on September 3rd placed their X beside the bell and voted for a new vision, new direction, a new future for Westmoreland Western. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to acknowledge members from Peggy Barry Primary, the principal, the acting principal, and teachers who journey across the country to listen to their Member of Parliament's presentation. I'd also like to acknowledge members of my management team who are also here, Gillette and Stacy, my secretary, all here to support. To my family, to my friends, to my well-wishers, thank you for your consistent commitment, motivation, and support. To my executive, to my constituency warriors, and to the management team, my council caretakers, and to the hard-working political workers of Westmoreland Western, to my two newly minted councillors, Councillor Garfield James and Ian Miles, I thank you. During the February 26, 2024 local government elections, Mr. Garfield James and Ian Miles were targeted and underwent tremendous attacks from the opposition. But God don't like ugly. When the final ballots were counted, both men were victorious and are now as symbols of the opposition's failure to attract and retain talent. Mr. Speaker, the government cannot work alone. Members of Parliament cannot work alone. We work with key stakeholders who are committed to the development of Jamaica. Thanks to the Negril Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary Club of Negril, Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, our churches, schools, and civic groups, we will continue to work in partnership for the development of a new Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, we believe that a partnership with the people is necessary to move Westmoreland Western into a glorious future where the citizens have tangible jobs to provide for themselves and their families. Mr. Speaker, after 30 years of hopelessness, we are restoring hope in Westmoreland Western, West-West, where opportunities are many, where hard work and productivity results in prosperity for all. A constituency where the workforce is educated, skilled, and where every citizen can enjoy a high standard of living. Mr. Speaker, I turn the House attention to infrastructure. The roads in Westmoreland Western has been neglected for the greater part of 30 years. And even with our efforts in the last 4 years to repair this neglect, the constituency of West-West will tell you that it's a hard road to travel and a mighty long way to go. Mr. Speaker, over the past 12 years, with key actions of our Prime Minister who allocated 40 million to each constituency, several roadways were identified for repair and were rehabilitated. These include Little London to Maysmere, Fullersfield to Alma, sections of Glasgow, and sections of Western Negril. Mr. Speaker, there is more good news. The seawall at Church Corner in Western Negril and sections of roadway at Sandra's Bar along West End were both rehabilitated. Mr. Speaker, despite our efforts, our roadways such as Tollgate to Grange Hill to Glasgow, Grange Hill to Little London, Negril to Parish Border, and Tollgate to Locust Street are still in a deplorable condition and has been in this state for more than 30 years. Mr. Speaker, taxi operators, commuters, and pedestrians has often taken on protest action to express their heightened level of frustration with our road conditions. It is not uncommon to receive on a daily basis over 30 calls and messages from road users complaining to their member of parliament about the state of their roadways. So, Speaker, there is hope. Our visionary Prime Minister and Your Holiness has introduced the new Road Infrastructure Improvement Program, the Shared Prosperity through Accelerated Improvement of our Roadway Network, the SPARK program. The SPARK program is set to significantly improve the road infrastructure, driving growth, development, and prosperity in communities across Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to report to this honorable House and to my constituents that under the SPARK program, some $2 billion were allocated to the parish of Westmoreland for our roadway repairs. Roads targeted: Tollgate to Granger, Granger to Glasgow, Barham to Bath Mountain, Negril roundabout to Parish Border, Granger to Little London, and Negril roundabout to Big Ridge. Mr. Speaker, after 2 successful consultations hosted by CDF, in which our councillors were invited, the National Works Agency has indicated that the procurement process has started for parochial roads under Phase 1. In Friendship Division, Wild Pine, Townhead, and Blackness. In Granger Division, Geneva Ghetto and Crowder. In Little London Division, Shantytown, Paul Island, and Camp Savannah Mountain. In Sheffield, Revival, and Villa Cage Road in Negril. Mr. Speaker, there is hope. There is hope for our roads, hope for our people, and hope for Jamaica. This government remains the only beacon of hope for the people of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, I want to renew my calls made during last year's presentation for the reintroduction of small road repair teams in each parish to address the urgent need for emergency patching on our roadways. It has become often too commonplace to see small groups of dedicated individuals mixing concrete and filling holes along our streets, working tirelessly to improve our infrastructure. These local road repair teams will play a critical role in maintaining our roadways and ensuring the safety of commuters and our community. By empowering the National Works Agency with these repair teams, we will not only enhance our commuting experience, but also provide meaningful jobs within our communities. I urge our Minister of Works to seriously consider the initiative, as investing in our roads is investing in the future of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, road traffic accidents continues to be a significant challenge in Westmoreland and Western, placing massive burden on our health services. The Sablamar General Public Hospital is facing overwhelming numbers of emergency cases, particularly motorcycle accidents. The situation not only strains our medical resources, but also highlights the urgent need to improve safety measures for our motorcycle users. So, Speaker, we are facing a crisis with stray animals in the parish, particularly cows. So, Speaker, we have strays from as far as Western Hanover, which poses a serious threat to road users and significantly contribute to traffic accidents. It is crucial that we address this issue through community awareness and responsible animal control measures. I renew my call to the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation and the Mayor of Sablamar to move with urgency in establishing an animal pound for the parish. So, Speaker, the Mayor has acknowledged on several occasions and is on record and has stated he and his peers in the West are mulling over the creation of a central animal pound. Westmoreland has been waiting for a dedicated animal pound for many years. This delay not only jeopardizes the future, the safety of road users, but also reflects dereliction of duty on the part of the municipality to address this ongoing problem. I urge the mayor to prioritize this initiative as safety of our road users and the well-being of our community depends on it. So, Speaker, I'm also calling on the Rural Agricultural Development Authority, RADA, actively start identifying owners of these animals, to include them in training in livestock rearing and care, and also to tag their animals for safety and security. Tagging of animals will go a far way in reducing predial larceny and also helps the police in identifying animals when there's a theft. Mr. Speaker, let's turn our attention to water. The cries of the people of Westmoreland Western is continuous, and it grows louder each and every day. Of the 5 electoral divisions, 4 divisions, Friendship, Grange, Little London, and sections of Sheffield are supplied by the Bullstead treatment plant, while the tourist town of Negril is supplied by the Logwood treatment plant in Hanover. Mr. Speaker, with the entire constituency relying on these 2 treatment plants, it is clear that any disturbance or disruption at either Bullstead or Logwood facilities poses significant challenges to the residents of Westmoreland Western. Mr. Speaker, our constituents, businesses, and communities endure great suffering during the drought which they experienced from January to March of this year. While the parish of Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, St. Catherine, Kingston and St. Andrews, St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary, Trelawney, and Hanover all felt the impacts of this drought, Westmoreland and Hanover were the hardest hit, with projections indicating that these 2 parishes will have a long-term drought conditions up to May 2024. During this period, my constituents, much like the biblical figure Elijah, prayed for rain, seeking relief and hoping for rain to nourish the land. Mr. Speaker, there is a saying, a friend in need is a friend indeed. I want to take a moment to place on record my appreciation to, he was then the minister in charge of water, Matissa Moda, Minister Edmund Bartlett, Delano Severite, and the TP-DECO team, who all made time to visit Negril for not just 1, but 2 emergency stakeholder meetings to share plans, actions, and strategies by the government in solving the crisis. Madam Speaker, while we were all working diligently to find solutions to address the pressing water shortage, it was disappointing, but not surprising to see mischief makers hard at work on television, on social media, in newspapers, spreading propaganda and misinformation. These half-truths and outright lies about the government's operation was aimed at undermining our collective effort and sow distrust among the people. Mr. Speaker, their plan failed miserably. It never worked. They say you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. Mr. Speaker, those months were indeed very challenging for our constituents. Our people face significant pressure, and many businesses suffer as a result of the water shortage. As their representative, I took action to negotiate and to advocate, and was successful in getting the National Water Commission to increase the number of trucks dispatched to Westmoreland Western. At one point, we had more than 50% of NWC's fleet of trucks dedicated to distributing water in the constituency. It was an extraordinary time. Funds allocated for the trucking of water was quickly exhausted as most catchment, community tanks and reservoirs were dry. Mr. Speaker, then there was the issue of the water tank. Jaja see them a come, but I and I a conqueror. They are coming to accuse I for things I know not about. They are coming to lock I down and tell I that they're suspicious here. Jaja see them a come, but I and I a conqueror. Mr. Speaker, that song resonates very well. Our cultural icon in music. While we work tirelessly to alleviate the immediate hardship faced by our farmers, residents, and businesses, we distributed 650 Rhino black tanks to support farmers. However, during the distribution, 650 gallons, let's say it again. A mischief maker who identified himself as the vice president of the People's National Party took it upon himself to create several misleading videos claiming that a car wash next to my Westmoreland Western constituency office had received 10 tanks.
House leader.
Come in, House Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the member be granted a further 10 minutes to complete his presentation.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Speaker, you have another 10 minutes.
Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite important that I start again because this is a very valid point. While we work tirelessly to alleviate the immediate hardship faced by our farmers, residents, and businesses, we distributed 650-gallon Rhino black tanks to support our farmers. However, during the distribution efforts, a mischief maker who identified himself as a vice president of the People's National Party took it upon himself to create several misleading videos, claiming that a car wash next to our constituency office had received 10 tanks. Mr. Speaker, as far-fetched as these accusations was, the opposition propaganda machine took it and ran with it. And within a matter of hours, the entire nation was caught up with this made-up story about the distribution of these tanks. It is a stark reminder of how low and how desperate, dishonest, and distasteful they have become. Mr. Speaker, the devil is a liar. Despite their attempts to undermine our work, we remain focused on representing our people and ensuring they receive the hope they need. Mr. Speaker, there is some more good news. On May 28, 2024, resulting from persistent representation and lobbying, our Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, announced a historic water infrastructure investment for Western Jamaica. The project was dubbed Western Water Resilience Program and was aimed at resolving the long-standing issue of water supply in the parishes of St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland. Mr. Speaker, the Resilience Program was designed and built by Vinci Construction, and I want to pause here for a minute and address the people who are suffering from water shortages, particularly people from Negril. I want to emphasize the importance of a stable government. A stable government, Mr. Speaker, is necessary to ensure economy continues to generate the resources for critical investments such as this $160 million investment in water infrastructure. I want to thank the people of Negril for their continued patience and understanding during this very difficult time. And I want to reassure residents that this government is actively working to improve the quality and reliability of your water supply. Mr. Speaker, the government is providing hope and committed to serving the people of Westmoreland, Western, and in Jamaica in ensuring that every citizen has access to portable and reliable water. Mr. Speaker, on July 3rd, 2024, with winds of 140 to 160 miles per hour, Hurricane Beryl made landfall as a Category 5 hurricane in Jamaica, resulting in terrible damages across the country. Parishes such as Clarendon, Manchester, St. Elizabeth, and Westmoreland were the hardest hit. While there wasn't any reports of lives lost, there was major damages to homes, losses to the agriculture sector, and disruption in our economy. Mr. Speaker, I want to express gratitude to Minister Pernell Charles Jr. and his team from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for the tremendous work in identifying some 148 constituents, issuing them with checks ranging from 50,000 to 400,000. Mr. Speaker, this is in addition to the 240 constituents who receive hardware assistance from the constituency office. Mr. Speaker, our utility providers did not perform. One of our major telecom providers' network was down a full 6 hours before the hurricane hit and stayed down 2 weeks after the hurricane hovered over the island. This is unacceptable. Then there was JPS. Oh, JPS. JPS dropped the ball, to say the least. Hurricane Beryl brought to light the fact that our main energy supplier isn't investing in our grid. Over 30 protests erupt across the constituency, with residents calling on JPS to send repair crew to reconnect broken lines and re-erect fallen poles. Mr. Speaker, to make matters worse, JPS closed their parish office in Westmoreland. And after months of outage, customers were hit with a high electricity bill, which was higher than what they paid when they actually had power. Mr. Speaker, I want to express appreciation to Honorable Minister Vaz, who during this difficult time post-burial answered all the calls from my office and kept a constant communication line open. And I would use this opportunity to call on the OUR to review the service delivery of these utility providers to constituents. Mr. Speaker, we'll speak a little about education. Similar to last year, just under $9 million were spent on education in the constituency over the past 12 months. Under our back to school program, $3 million worth of book vouchers were issued to over 900 students, while our annual back to school trip took a different form this year. This year, we visited 9 communities in each of the 5 electoral divisions, totaling some 45 back to school giveaways. We handed over 2,000 students who received books, backpacks, and stationery items. Mr. Speaker, it was Malcolm X who said, education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Mr. Speaker, let me express gratitude to Minister Favour Williams, who facilitated a $3 million grant which assisted some 20 tertiary students across the constituency. Mr. Speaker, our focus is on empowering our youths. In collaboration with Heart Trust NTA, we conducted a series of recruitment drives, workshops, and training sessions. In the Friendship Division, some 30 youths have been trained and certified, while in Grangeville, some 70 youths are currently undergoing training. Additionally, we have the CARE program benefiting some 20 youths and the LEAP program supporting another 30 youths. Mr. Speaker, we continue our training activities, and I use this opportunity to invite our young people to contact the constituency office and sign up today. Mr. Speaker, in September 2023, the nation was shaken by a tragic fire in Springfield, Westmoreland, which engulfed the home of 4 children. Adriana Leng, the sole survivor, who suffered burns to 97% of her body, was flown out to the Joseph M. Byrd Still Center in Georgia, where she underwent 26 surgeries, including the amputation of her leg. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the constituents of Westmoreland Western, I'd want to express gratitude to our Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, for providing a 2-bedroom house for Adriana and her father. Caring Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to note that an additional 5 fire victims in Westmoreland Western who lost their homes are also in line to receive their home. Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw the House's attention to the issue of climate change. This government prioritizes environmental protection, and as evidence of our commitment to several climate change resilient activities. Mr. Speaker, the integrated water land ecosystem management in the Caribbean small island developing state, the IWECA project, was designed to support the rehabilitation of the Negril Great Morass, which is the largest, which compromises 6% of our coastal line. Mr. Speaker, the IWECA project shows our commitment to conservation, and we celebrate the environmental stewardship of the Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, who recently announced plans to develop the Negril Royal Palm Reserve as a part of the Negril Environmental Protection Area. Mr. Speaker, discussions are ongoing with various ministries focusing on enhancing the protection of our environmental assets. This includes passing legislation and that will strengthen the Negril Green Island Local Planning Authority to improve approvals and monitoring and enforcement. Mr. Speaker, I'm in full support of Negril becoming an autonomous area and Negalpa becoming its governing body. Mr. Speaker, I would like to turn our attention to Negril. Negril, with its stunning beaches and vibrant spots like Rick's Cafe, is ideally situated to leverage platforms such as Airbnb, Vrbo, and HipCamp, As Member of Parliament, I'm committed to enhancing the beautification of our iconic beach town. To spearhead this transformation, I'm seeking to forge partnerships with the JHTA to collaborate with the hoteliers to adopt their verges. Two, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
You will be wrapping up. We ask speaker, leader, house leader, can I answer that?
Mr. Speaker, I ask that we grant the member
An
another
additional.
3 minutes to wrap up.
Speaker, you have 3 minutes in which not yet. Make sure that you're going. Which not yet. Make sure that you're go. Those against the ayes have it. Continue.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will obey. But it's important to speak about the partnership that we're establishing. With the JHTA collaborating with hoteliers to adopt the verges outside their properties, planting bougainvilleas and palm trees for beautification. TPDCO with the initiation and construction of bus stops, the beach park, and the redevelopment of the roundabout. The police to increase safety by installing additional CC camera systems across Negril. The Westmoreland Municipal Corporation by implementing street numbering for the Beach Road and West End, along with improved street lighting. The National Works Agency to address the long-standing drainage issue along the Beach Road and realizing the long-awaited dream of a sidewalk on West End. And the National Water Commission by installing additional water storage facility to mitigate the effects of the drought. Together, Mr. Speaker, we can revitalize Negril to ensure it's thriving for future generations. Mr. Speaker, I want to continue the advocacy for the establishment of the traditional license for cannabis farmers. Traditional cannabis farmers need urgent support as the cannabis industry continues to evolve and grow. It is crucial we recognize and support the unique needs of these farmers who have cultivated this crop for generations. Mr. Speaker, cannabis has a rich history in Jamaica, our culture, music, and agricultural practices. Our traditional farmers possesses invaluable knowledge and expertise in its cultivation. However, despite their contribution, they have often find themselves at a disadvantage in the current state of the regulatory framework. Many farmers face barriers that hinder their ability to thrive and participate, including limited access to resources. Mr. Speaker, I am in full support of the establishment of a traditional license for cannabis farmers, which will enable them to operate within a regulatory framework and preserve their heritage and practice. Mr. Speaker, there is much more to be said. However, I will end the 2024 State of the Constituency debate by saying, we have a lot to be proud of. We have more work to be do. And I'm also very proud of what this government has achieved. I am proud of the leadership of our Prime Minister Andrew Holness, and I continue to ask the people of Westmoreland Western to keep our partnership strong as we work to make Westmoreland Western the place of choice to live, work, raise family, and do business. I thank you. Jadai. Just whip it. Just whip it.
Continue on your path.
Thank you.
Continue on your path. Come on, Westmoreland.
Mr. Speaker.
House leader.
Mr. Speaker, the continuation of the public business, and at this time, the Minister of Finance will ask for the approval. We'll ask for the approval of the report and commence, of course, the debate on the supplementary estimates. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the continuation of our debate on the state of constituencies, I beg to move that today's debate be suspended until tomorrow, October 16 at 2 p.m., when we will continue, and the speakers then will be the Honorable Juliet Cuthbert, the member from West Rural St. Andrew, and the member from Western Hanover, Mr. Mika Davis. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor for the suspension of the state of constituency debate until tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. sharp. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader. We will now take the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Oh, no. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the report be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion notice of which I gave earlier.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
The request is on the floor for the approval of the motion moved by the minister. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader. Minister, just a minute. Minister, your time.
I rise, Mr. Speaker, for the final time to deliver remarks in a supplementary budget presentation. Mr. Speaker, my remarks will be focused on the budget before us. But I can't help but reflect that during my time as Minister of Finance, I have championed the implementation of policy that prioritizes economic stability and economic resilience as key components of the economic independence we seek. And this outlook, Mr. Speaker, has been put to the test time and time again. First with the COVID-19 pandemic, which dealt a heavy blow. We had the inflation shock. And now, with this supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Beryl features prominently. Now, Hurricane Beryl, we dealt with our preparations for the cost of recovery and relief through our disaster risk framework. But what we didn't deal with at the time, because the information would not have been available, was the impact of Hurricane Beryl on economic output. Mr. Speaker, we will recall that in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl, large sections of Jamaica were without electricity and without water, and normal life came to a halt. This affected economic output. We will also recall that agriculture was decimated, and that affected economic output even more. As a result, the PIOJ estimates that for that quarter of the year, July to September, the economy would have declined by 2.1%. This, Mr. Speaker, would break the 13 consecutive quarters of economic growth that we have had, the second longest unbroken stretch of economic growth since we started measuring growth quarterly in 1997. Mr. Speaker, there is good news embedded in this, that over the past decade, from January 2015 until today, it has taken large exogenous shocks to stop the growth momentum in Jamaica. Are you following me? For the past 10 years, Mr. Speaker, this country has grown every single quarter, with the only exception of the quarters affected by COVID-19 and then the quarter affected by Hurricane Beryl. There's something about that that we have to be proud of. It shows and demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, that not only must we have the disaster mitigation products that provide fiscal resources for relief and emergency, but we also have to de-risk the economy by having greater diversification, more economic columns to stand on, and we have to bring greater resilience to the provision of water and electricity, in particular the power stations that help in the supply of these essential services need to have redundancy built in. But it is good to know that outside of economic shock, we can have economic growth consistently, as the last decade has shown. Now, when we get an economic shock like a 2% decline in a quarter, that's major. And it is even more major when you contrast it with what the expectation would have been. Average of 1.8% for the year, so let's say 1.8% for the quarter, so a 2% decline is a 4 percentage point movement. Over the course of the fiscal year, the 2% decline and the 0.2% in the first quarter would have dealt such a blow that it is likely that the entire year might be one of decline. That's not written in stone, because we can have a resurgent third and fourth quarter that brings us beyond the 0% line. However, that is not guaranteed. And the thing to internalize is that these shocks, when you have a growth shock, it eventually becomes a fiscal shock. Because we're expecting 1.8% real GDP growth this year, if we end up, as the projections seem to suggest, after the hurricane shock of -2% and the tourism setback in the first quarter, where we got 0.2% overall, the projections are that we will have -0.2% for the year. And if that materializes, that would represent a shock of 2 percentage points, from 1.8 to -0.2. Now, 2 percentage points in the context of a $3.2 trillion economy is a $64 billion revenue shock on an annualized basis. That is materially significant. And it speaks to the risks that are inherent in our economy, and why it is incumbent upon us to take the kind of approach that we have been taking. We need buffers. Buffers are essential. And buffers include being ahead of your projections, as we have been. When we tabled the budget in March, our debt projections were 1 year ahead of target. And in some quarters, not necessarily in this house, we were ridiculed. Why are they running ahead? Well, running ahead is a buffer because you don't know what the future holds. And in our climatic zone, any day, any year, you can get a disaster that needs fiscal resources to provide the relief and recovery, but does worse than that. It affects economic output, which affects revenues. And you're left with an unenviable choice. So, Mr. Speaker, we were very fortunate to have been in a stage of planning a securitization transaction. And the point that the member from St. James wanted to make earlier is that the fact that Jamaica can launch a transaction like this in international capital markets speaks volumes to the economic stability that we have. We would not have been able to launch a securitization transaction like this in international capital markets rated higher than the sovereign at any other point in the past 45 years. And so the dividends of stability are enormous. We will be able to do the securitization is just an example. The local debt offering last year, just little examples of what the future can hold if we maintain the economic stability that we have earned and the people have sacrificed for. Now, I just want to take a little time to illustrate something that I think goes beyond the mere details of the securitization. But I want to use Jamaica's experience here to make a point. And in my last supplementary budget presentation, what would it be if I never had a little prop? But it's not a prop for, I want to just illustrate something. No, man, this is not only. So I mentioned to you last week that Jamaica wanted to privatize its airport because it didn't have the capital to expand it, right? Why should we, you have 15 billion, no, not 15, it's going to cost us $30 billion for the expansion at the Norman Manley International Airport. So the government has health and education and security. If we can put that in private hands, the operations, and still have the airport and have them make the expenditure, then we're better off. So the government went to tender for a PPP back in 2015. They launched the RFP. They had 5 bidders who took documents, paid for the documents. And December 31st of 2015, there were 0 bidders. 0. This is how the newspaper had it. 0 bidders. Right? 0 means 0. 0 bidders. You see what I'm saying? 0. Okay, this was just, this newspaper report is January 2016, January 1st. No bidders for the airport. None. Right? Now, I want you to understand something, Mr. Speaker. That Mr. Speaker, this is after the government of the day. I want to show effort was made. It says government spends $120 million on failed effort to divest Norman Manley Airport. Right? This report came out in January 12th of 2016. Okay? Yes. And I wanted to read the first paragraph of the report because what it said, the minister was Minister Davies at the time, and it said the government incurred $120 million in the failed effort to privatize the Norman International Airport. Okay. Now, the reason I want to highlight this, because sometimes these things happen and we think that there is something wrong with us or with our country. And sometimes, that many times, most times, that's not the case. Huh? So, but no, you have to see the date though, because I don't want this associated with me. This is January 2016. January 1st. No bidders for Norman Mann International Airport. Right? Okay. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we came into office, and you got this one here, government incurred 120 million for the failed divestment of the airport. Okay? Now, I'm introducing this for a substantive point. When this government came into office, this government was warned by people who had our interests at heart. Don't go down that road. You know, see what happened to the other people. Them go out and get them barrels. Don't go out. Nobody want the airport. No bother with it. What we did was we commissioned the IFC to go to the bidders who took the 5 reports and to ask them why they did not bid, i.e. an analytical approach, not a fear approach. Tell us why you never bid. And they came back and they said that they did not bid because the bid documents required an upfront payment as well as a percentage of revenues. And they said a number of other things as well. So what they were saying is that the asymmetry of information is such that we don't have the confidence to put the whole for money up front and also pay a percentage. We took that under advisement and structured the PPP this time around to have just a percentage of revenue as the bid. And we got, Mr. Speaker, 13 high quality bids. And the intention was to take that stream and discount it to today via securitization. But COVID intervened because the transaction was done in late 2019. And of course, March 2020 was COVID and interrupted airport revenues for the next 2 or 3 fiscal years. So I say that to say, Mr. Speaker, and then as soon as we were able to, we launched a transaction, and the rest is history, a very successful transaction, oversubscribed by 5 times. To me, Mr. Speaker, this is symptomatic of a lot of other things in Jamaica. And I'm not making any swipe on the previous administration or previous minister or anything like that. I'm using it to illustrate a point. It would be as if, Mr. Speaker, the government was to use the parable of the fishermen in the Gospels, casting their net on one side of the boat, coming up empty, and concluding that there are no fish in the sea. When all that was required was to move the net to the other side of the boat, and you would come up with fish in the net. Mr. Speaker, this is symptomatic of a wider problem in the country, where we often encounter challenges and difficulties and conclude there are no fish in the sea, when what is required is that we adjust our methodology, we adjust our approach, we adjust how we construct things. And when we do so, we will find lots of, like this government has done, Mr. Speaker, lots of fish in the sea. Mr. Speaker, thank God for that we were successful. The $75 billion from the securitization has come in at a time when we are experiencing an exogenous shock to the economy, and it has allowed us to maintain the programs of the government and also keep our debt on a downward trajectory. Make no mistake about it. I want to repeat it. I need to have more response. Make no mistake about it, Mr. Speaker. When you experience an exogenous shock, there are only some things that can move, right? The budget is characterized by a certain amount of rigidity. You're not going to be able to move your wages. You're not going to be able to move your interest. And together, they account for a very large share of expenditure. So the only things that you can move tend to be your capital items. So normally when a shock like this happens, there are two possibilities. One is that you shelve your capital items, or two, and also you run up large deficits and increase your debt. Mr. Speaker, because of the securitization, we were able to keep all our capital programs in place. The 4 hospitals that we're building at the same time, the 100 buses that we have already rolled out, the garbage trucks that came in this year, all our capital programs have been maintained, Mr. Speaker. And at the same time, our debt is still on track to end the year at 67%. You check the record, Mr. Speaker, of previous economic shocks of this magnitude, and I'd put it to you that the continuation of capital programs and also debt reduction, there's no precedent for that. But Mr. Speaker, I'm stressing it not for the applause in the moment, but to make the point that if we didn't have it, we would be in problems, and therefore to suggest that going forward, the principle of having buffers is something that we always have to have and carry with us, okay? Now, Mr. Speaker, in the supplementary estimates, we have had to address some of the expenditure that arose as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this should not go without notice, Mr. Speaker, because there has not been a similar response, certainly in the last 2.5 decades, to a hurricane as we have this year. Over $1 billion was committed to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, such that they could give grants to people affected by the hurricane, up to $400,000. Back in Hurricane Ivan, I believe the maximum was $60,000. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, we have $750 million for the Ministry of Health to deal with the roofs of the clinics that were blown off, the amount that they can spend in this fiscal year to repair those. We have $1.5 billion for the Ministry of Education. We have $2.5 billion for the Ministry of Education to deal with the repairs of schools, Mr. Speaker. And that's in this supplementary budget. We also have, Mr. Speaker, $1 billion to the Ministry of Agriculture. The idea is that you get hit, blown down, but with resilience of the government and of Jamaica, you can stand right back up, because $1 billion through the Ministry of Agriculture is going to assist farmers in their hour of need. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, there were funds in this budget, this supplementary, for the Hurricane Beryl cleanup in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, over 1.4 billion of that, Mr. Speaker. And we also had funds, I believe, of 900 million for, sorry, 1.4 billion for the cleanup activities. Now, Mr. Speaker, the nature of these shocks, they're so pernicious in that they lead to expenditure in ways that you are not going to see at the outset necessarily. So you remember I said to you that people didn't have water through many parts of the country for a little while. As a result of Hurricane Beryl, the National Water Commission suffered operational losses. And in this budget, we've had to provide some support for that. That totals $1.5 billion. So when you add it all up, Mr. Speaker, the Beryl-related expenditure that's captured in the supplementary estimates, Mr. Speaker, exceeds 10.5, it's about 10.5 billion Jamaican dollars that we have had to find to address the impact of the hurricane, Mr. Speaker. And includes 900 for the cleanup. I mixed that up. Now, in any, I want you to know, just the challenge that having an expenditure like this just pop up in the middle of the year on you poses. We're lucky we had $5 billion of disaster risk insurance money to draw on. Yeah? Or else the goose will be cooked. But something that has not been mentioned, Mr. Speaker, is that we also received a dividend from the Bank of Jamaica in the normal course of activities. I mean, in accordance with the BOJ law, they are required to dividend out of any profits they make to the people of Jamaica as long as their capital is above a certain threshold. And based on BOJ profits, this supplementary estimates include $4.6 billion in dividends from the Bank of Jamaica. There's a time, Mr. Speaker, that BOJ was a cost to the government and ran up tens of billions of dollars of losses. In fact, if you add it all up, it probably approached $100 billion over 2 decades. But good policy, Mr. Speaker, good policy provides dividends when you need it most. Not mentioned anywhere in the public domain, but this budget here, Mr. Speaker, $5 billion in disaster risk insurance proceeds, $4.6 billion in BOJ dividends, and $75 billion in securitization flows, all emanated from sound policy. And it all has to go together. Yeah? We have to understand, as a country, our bread is buttered on the back of good policy. And something might annoy you over here, but be careful with how you, because you don't want to obstruct what is ultimately in the interest of the country. At the end of the day, an independent BOJ, an independent central bank that is pursuing inflation targeting is in the country's interest. Something here or something there might annoy you a little bit. But at the end of the day, when it's working right, you're going to get dividends like this, which are going to come when you need it most. Let's not forget how these things happen. You can't have expenditure without revenue. you can't have revenue without good policy. So we have to support the structure of good policy going forward. And under government of Andrew Holden, good policy is something we know we can depend on. So, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of things in the supplementary budget that escape many times. But because I don't have an opportunity for another supplementary, I have to make sure that all of the things in the supplementary everybody's aware of. And I hope you see with me on that. So we have mentioned I soon finish. So we mentioned the compensation during standing finance, in that this is the third year of the compensation restructuring. Right? And what it means every year, what we have to do in the 3 years, we'll put some money aside, and when we finish the calculations, because remember, everybody is moving in a different way. Yeah, every single one of the 100,000 public sector workers. So including, everybody, everybody. So it takes calculation by the MDAs that's not available in March. So we have a contingency, and once they provide the calculation, we spread the amounts over throughout the MDAs. And so that's what we have done here. So, Mr. Speaker, the restructuring, people like to mix everything up and make it look like the government not having a project. So some disagreement down the road and call it compensation restructuring to make it look like the thing not done. Let me tell you something. The restructuring of compensation with the last agreement signed with Vincent Morrison, the restructuring of compensation is completed. Mr. Speaker, from 325 bands to 16. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't ongoing issues to talk about. There will always be issues to talk about. But don't lump that into restructured compensation. That's a different issue. And many of those issues were resolved. So we had issues to do with conditions of service in the public service, and we signed off on that with the Confederation, and we signed off on that with other groups as well. We do have some of the conditions of service, like dealing with the overtime regime in the health sector, that still is ongoing. But that's not restructured compensation, right? We'll always have new issues to deal with, and a new bargaining period begins in 2025, a whole other set of conversations. But this government has started, implemented, and completed, Mr. Speaker, the largest restructuring of compensation, the only full restructuring of compensation in the country's history. And the supplementary includes the last elements of that. Now, Mr. Speaker, the supplementary estimates, after the hurricane occurred, we had to make a shift with how we allocated the spark dollars. So inclusive in what we call the overarching spark, and I don't want anybody, right, is $3 billion for the maintenance of the road infrastructure under Relief, Emergency Assistance and Community Health, the REACH program, which is in keeping with what we were receiving from members of parliament, that they wanted some of the spark proceeds to be MP directed. And the hurricane came and that destroyed lots of roads, and so you had a convergence there. Yeah? So the spark funds remain. It's just that they're distributed now that they come into expenditure time. So REACH is on the recurrent side of the budget, $3 billion, but it comes from those proceeds. And you've gotten the letters on both sides about how to implement that pool of expenditures for $3 billion for Reach Roads. The supplementary also includes, Mr. Speaker, $1.5 billion for pipes. Because when the Ministry of Economic Growth, as they go into implementing Spark, very wisely, they have said that, look, if we're going to dig up the roads, we want to, at the same time, lay the pipes to improve the supply of water. So we have to purchase the pipes up front, even though the laying of the pipes will occur next year. So there's $1.5 billion in the supplementary estimates to purchase the pipes for the Spark program. That is also Spark funds. And then, Mr. Speaker, on top of that, there are pre-investment activities with Spark, where you have to do a lot of the studies to make all of the preparatory activities. And that amounts to about $1 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, we have at least at least 6 billion or more that I've just identified, and there's more of Spark proceeds that are in different sections of the budget, but it's necessary to bring it together for everybody to see that Spark has been lit. Yes. Yeah, the Spark has been lit. And the various activities under Spark are being financed and are underway. Now, Mr. Speaker, the supplementary budget also importantly includes $1.75 billion for 210 cars for the police force. Mr. Speaker, the restructured compensation, something that has not been given a lot of airplay, the restructured compensation has meant that the government has had an easier time. It doesn't mean it is totally easy, but has had an easier time relative to the past of getting new recruits. In the police force, what that has meant is that we've been able to get new recruits faster than people leave. And so for the first time, this is not my word, this is the words of the Deputy Prime Minister, for the first time, the Jamaica Constabulary Force is at full complement of 14,000. With an addition, a net new addition of 2,000 police officers as compared to prior to the compensation restructuring. So, you know, that's something that we have to watch as well, right? We know that it's easier to recruit. We have to watch the head count, yeah? Because things can get, but as far as the police force are concerned, that head count is needed, right? So when you see the numbers, it's not all increased. It is because there's increase, but there's also new recruitment. So 2,000 more police officers, Mr. Speaker. And what we have to do is to make sure they are mobile. And we are investing in the police to improve the mobility of the security forces with $1.75 billion for 210 buses. Now, Mr. Speaker, 210 motor cars for the police. There was this report in the newspaper today where the Honorable Chief Justice was commenting on courthouses and funding and so forth. Mr. Speaker, with all of the economic instability that Jamaica has had over many decades, it's been reported to me that we haven't built any new courthouses. In some people say since independence. I find it hard to believe, but that is what has been reported to me by members of the judiciary. Maybe one. All others have been remodeled or refurbished. But the country has expanded rapidly. Yeah? The economy has expanded in size. And yet we haven't invested in new courthouses. Mr. Speaker, when it was brought to my attention, we got to work right away. And in light of what is the headline in the paper, it's important that the paper and the people also know the work that is underway. Mr. Speaker, so when that came to my attention, we immediately got to work. And I want to say to the Chief Justice and to the Minister of Justice, and I dare to speak for the future, to say any capital project that has gone through the necessary approvals that are brought for the funding of new courthouses, this government will fund. So much so, Mr. Speaker, that once I became aware of this a few years ago, we initiated a process. Prime Minister has given me responsibility for PPPs, a process to engage in arrangements for the development of new courthouses. There was a cabinet decision in May of 2023 where this was approved. An enterprise team was established for the project planning and design for judicial court complexes in Manchester, in St. Anne, and St. Catherine via PPP arrangements. And Mr. Speaker, I'll just spend 2 seconds to give an update on where we are. With the Manchester Regional Judicial Complex, transaction advisors have already been engaged, architects have already been engaged, and the design is being updated, Mr. Speaker, and the Ministry of Justice and the ultimate clients are involved, providing feedback. The business case is expected to be completed in the first quarter of the 25-26 fiscal year, and then they can go back to PIMC and launch that PPP project. But a Manchester judicial complex is on its way. But it's not limited to Manchester, Mr. Speaker. We also have similar processes for the St. Anne and the St. Catherine regional judicial court complexes. You notice what I said? We're not just building courthouses. We're building judicial court complexes with a range of other facilities and amenities that can aid the cause of justice. For the St. Anne and St. Catherine regional judicial court complexes, transaction advisors have also been engaged. And in both cases, these are PwC. And Mr. Speaker, the project is being developed, and I expect before long for it to come to market. And the Trelawney Judicial Court Complex, Mr. Speaker, the terms of reference were approved in October, and the funding for a transaction advisor has been identified, and DBJ is about to search for and engage a transaction advisor for that. So we're talking about 4 regional judicial court complexes that are underway in Manchester, St. Anne, St. Catherine, and Trelawney, with the full involvement of the Ministry of Justice and the ultimate clients. Now, Mr. Speaker, just, we use, obviously, within court complexes, private services, the computers supplied by private agents, the air conditioners, the chairs, and the desks, right? So the idea of is not new. What we're doing here is ensuring that the government's funding can be, we're efficient in the allocation of capital.
House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the excellent presentation by the Minister is in need of another 5 minutes, he tells me, for completion. I therefore beg to move that his time be extended to enable him to complete the presentation. Mr. Speaker, the House obliges because this is the last major presentation by the minister. Last major presentation by the minister. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it was necessary just to provide that
Minister.
update. Oh,
I know you're very enthused to continue, and so likewise we are mesmerized by your presentation and want to hear more. But before you do so, let us put it to the floor that the desire is to give you the time to complete your presentation. Those in favor, those against, the ayes have it. You may continue, sir.
so Mr. Speaker, I was just describing what is in the supplementary budget. And the reason for mentioning the courthouse is actually in the supplementary budget are some of the fees for the transaction advisors for the judicial court complexes. But if we go about stuff the normal way, it never sees the light of day, and people are not aware of what their government is doing on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, other inclusions in the supplementary, Mr. Speaker, are for the pre-investment works for the Kingston Waterfront project, which we launch on Friday. But, Mr. Speaker, as a government that has focused on increasing people's income, the minimum wage has gone from 6,200 to $15,000 under this government, 240% increase. Never before have we had that in terms of the increase in real terms, Mr. Speaker, over a similar period of time. But we're going beyond income, because for those on the lowest rungs of the income ladder, it's the improvement of public service that has a greater impact on their quality of life, right? So, Mr. Speaker, we received 100 buses this year, and we are making an allocation within the contingency provision of the capital part of the budget, as long as the processes with the public investment can be sufficiently advanced, Mr. Speaker, for the down payment of another 100 buses, Mr. Speaker, that would arrive in the next fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, we are providing $400 million to the Ministry of Transport for, among other things, the refurbishment, as Minister Vaz has spoken about, of 46 articulated buses, Mr. Speaker. The articulated buses are the ones, Minister Vaz tells me, that services West Rural and East Rural and takes people from the city into the hills of Jamaica. Yeah? And with those buses refurbished, the service will be elevated. In addition, Mr. Speaker, 16 Golden Dragon buses to be refurbished. And we are, in addition, in this supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, providing the $40 million that we had promised for cricket. We had promised $100 million over a period of time, and $40 million is due this year. That is in the supplementary estimates, along with funding for the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development in ways that the minister will speak about later. Now, Mr. Speaker, in addition, the budget includes funding for a lot of public bodies, which is not sustainable. Public bodies have to be able to sustain themselves. If we continue to depend on taxpayer funds, it will compromise what the central government can do. Mr. Speaker, we introduced the reverse income tax credit as a way of sending, Mr. Speaker, the signal that the vast majority of working people in this country, we care about you, we understand your sacrifices, we understand what you go through. And here's a government innovating and doing something that has never been done before to provide income at a time such as this. And Mr. Speaker, as at this morning, We have 243,000 Jamaicans who have been approved for the reverse income tax credit. Approved. Mr. Speaker, this has happened electronically, digitally, without one paper, without anybody going into an office. It would have been impossible to have 243,000 people signed up for any program going through an office. Impossible. It shows the vision of the government, Mr. Speaker, and it shows the transformational potential of the digital revolution. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a government. We have problems and there are challenges, no doubt. There are many of them. But the government of Andrew Holness is responsive to the challenges, listening to the people, taking the country into the future, Mr. Speaker, and responding to their needs, innovating as necessary, and doing things that have not been done before. Mr. Speaker, later this week, we plan to launch the FinSAC Commission archives, which will make available to the public the documents submitted to the FinSAC Commission. This, Mr. Speaker, symbolically comes at a time when Jamaica has reached a stage where our debt is lower than it was prior to the FinSAC era. It is only right and just, Mr. Speaker, that we draw a line under this period by providing the documents that were, and by the way, this does not include personal information apart from the persons who, and even in that case, we make our best, apart from the persons who appeared before the commission and testified in public and whose accounts were already carried in the newspaper. The release, Mr. Speaker, is to help us to close the chapter, learn the lessons from it, and ensure that those lessons we keep for a long time and we never ever traverse this course again. Never. Because FinSAC levied on this country debt that represented 40% of GDP. That took more than a generation, 30 years. Yeah? 30 years to resolve. The bet, I'm saying approximately 30 years, right? 1996 to 2020, call it 2024, 28 years. Many Jamaicans alive today were not even alive at the time. Now, in releasing this data to the public, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we also make some provision for some research to be done that can help us learn from the period. And so the supplementary budget also includes amounts of $10 million each to provide to the University of Technology and the University of the West Indies. We need some balance, need at least more than one, to interact with the data, to have a transparent process of inviting people to compete for research funds and to do some research on the FinSAC archives. No, they don't need our funding to do that, let's be clear. Anybody can look at the archives and produce their own paper. What we're only seeking to do is to stimulate such activity, and doing so equitably. UTEC has an economics department, provide funding there. UE has an economics department, provide funding there as well. But anybody can access the archives and produce their own, So, Mr. Speaker, this is an unusual supplementary because of the hurricane. We have hurricanes all the time. but this is the first one in 17 years as a category 5. This is the first one, Mr. Speaker, that's a category 5 that has affected us in this way in 17 years. And that's what makes this a particular difficult period fiscally. But I want to end, Mr. Speaker, on the note that one of the things that's been dearest to me, which a milestone was reached today, further milestone. When we entered government, there were tens and tens of thousands of workers in the public service who were on contract. Yes. Mr. Speaker, under this administration, we have had 8,000 persons working with Minister Williams in the Ministry of Education, go from contract work to permanent work.
More jobs for more Jamaicans under Andrew. Pensionable. Stability.
Mr. Speaker, we have 1,000 members, civilian members of the police force who are on contract who today are permanent. Mr. Speaker, we have 1,500 medical professionals who are on contract who today are permanent, Mr. Speaker. Over 10,000 workers who are on contract, including Mr. Speaker, including watchmen at schools and cooks in primaries, in high schools, yeah, and early childhood practitioners, Mr. Speaker, who are now permanent. Now, 2 years ago, in 2023 budget presentation, I spoke about a special group, Mr. Speaker, who passes by our house on a regular basis, year in, year out, Mr. Speaker, picking up our garbage, keeping our streets clean, who have not been able to go to a bank and borrow money because their contract only goes for a X year period and expires. The people, Mr. Speaker, who are not earning very much to begin with are double jeopardized by their employment status. And this has happened government after government after government. Mr. Speaker, under the Andrew Holness administration, and I speak about it, Mr. Speaker, because just today, Mr. Speaker, today, workers of the NSWMA received their permanent job letters, Mr. Speaker. We spoke about it in March of 2023 and before, Mr. Speaker, and today it is a reality. It's a government you can put your trust in, Mr. Speaker, and this is a note, Mr. Speaker, on which I would like to end. A record of performance. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. Andrew Southeast. Members, remember, we are still in session. No, we are still in session. Please.
Members, listen, we're proud of our government, man. But you have time to do it. Listen, I've been here from 6 o'clock, 6 a.m.
Member from South St. Andrew Eastern, or St. Andrew Southeastern.
Mr. Speaker, I know a lot of latitude was offered to the member from North West St. Andrew because this is his valedictory speech. On this side, we don't always agree, but I think there's no question that the member has contributed positively to Jamaica's development, right? So, and we wish him well on his pursuits, and we'll miss the exchange. Some of it animated, some of it a little theatrical, but on any objective measure, the member has contributed positively. I just want to highlight two things because it's 10 to 7 and there are two other bills that have to be taken today. The minister spent a lot of time on the airport divestment, and I just want to say, IFC was the advisor when the PMP was in government. And yes, it was not successful. Lessons were learned from that. IFC provided advice to the new administration when they came in February, made adjustments to the bid document, which allowed it to be successful. And it is important to know that any government, the government changed in February, but any government has to learn from its experiences. And if you have an experience of something which is not successful, then the prudent thing to do is to revise it. But it is important to note that the same advisors who were involved when it was successful were the ones who advised the previous administration. So I just want to make that point. The second point I want to make relates to the anemic growth that the country has suffered over the period. The minister correctly has said that positive growth has been interrupted by two events. That is correct, COVID and the hurricane. But if you look at the growth patterns before those two interventions, we were on a negative trajectory, even though the growth was positive. The growth for the quarter prior to Beryl was 0.2%, attributed to tourism reductions, although Ed kept saying that the advisories were not impacting him negatively. And even before, but, all right, it wasn't the only thing. And when you look at 2019 and even the final quarter before COVID hit us, we were on a negative trajectory while still in the positive category. Growth has been elusive, not for any particular administration, because over our 62 years, on average, we are only at about 1.5%. And really, the challenge that faces the country going forward is how we grow the economy so we can lift our tax revenues and provide the services that our people need. The reality is, I know a lot of time has been spent on the securitization, but I mean, if we're frank, the securitization is a reflection of that anemic growth. The fact that you have to use future revenues to fund current activities. And so going forward, and we will talk about it if we get to the next debate, I know you won't be here, the emphasis having brought our debt to GDP to levels which are comparable with the best in the world. And the heavy lifting started 10 years ago or 12 years ago. The reality now has to be a fundamental focus on growth, right? No administration can reverse the trajectory. Fiscal rules are in there which protect us. But beyond the stability that we have enjoyed as a country, we have to move forward so we can lift living standards better and be in a position where our revenues can provide the expenditures within the same year. So I would say again, we wish the member well in his pursuits. We hope that as he moves to that institution, he can bring a perspective which is unique as someone who has operated in the trenches, so to speak, from a small island developing state, and that the perspectives of, oh, there's another opportunity? Then why never tell us that? Because I thought this was the last one. So, oh, you're going to get a double. Okay, all right. I thought this was the last one. Okay, all right. All right, well, I'll close here because I didn't know there was another opportunity. All right.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for his very gracious remarks and for him recognize the context in which my delivery happened. And, you know, it takes a very, thank you for that, member. He is absolutely correct that the growth question is the central economic question that faces the country. To achieve growth without sacrificing stability. Now, the thing to recognize, unfortunately, is that there's no quick solution. The real danger is in believing that you can do one set of things and immediately it changes. The only way to fundamentally alter the growth trajectory of the country is through transforming the human capital of the country. The human capital of the country. You need the human capital to be able to attract the kind of investments that deliver higher paying jobs. Okay? So, but that is the challenge, and we have to come together and find a way through that. Thank you, member. Thank you, speaker. Oh, I should ask, no, I have some formalities, and the formalities are that I ask that the budget and report, the motion, I ask that the motion be approved.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Motion has been approved.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have to begin by making an apology to the staff from the FSC who have been here almost like me all day, and long-serving, long-suffering too. But we have to ask that they come back tomorrow with the minister, so that we can take the two financial measures that are in his name. We will have tomorrow, of course, Mr. Speaker, the continuation of the state of constituency debate, and we said who the two speakers will be. So we will have it. But just on this motion of adjournment, I'd like to just indicate that the 29th we want to pay our regards and respects to our Minister of Finance. He will have an opportunity for his last presentation, and we hope that we'll be seeing him do the standard expected thing of saying goodbye in the traditional Westminster model. Yes, as he takes leave of us for another exciting chapter in his development and in his life. Mr. Speaker, it is not intended to any further business for the day. I therefore ask that this House be adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, October 16, at 2 p.m.
The motion is before us that we do no more business for the rest of the day and resume tomorrow at 2 p.m. sharp. Those in favor? Those against? At this time, the ayes have it, and this sitting now stands adjourned.